Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to the post-lunch session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please kindly take your seats. May I also take the opportunity of reminding you all to please do remember to either switch off your cell phones or put them on silent mode. We are now ready to start the post-lunch session. The post-lunch session is entitled Shaping the Future of IP in Publishing. And as you can see on stage, we already have with us the session chair, Mr. Michael Coleman, IPA President, in conversation with Mr. Francis Gurry, Director General, WIPO, Switzerland, and Ms. Maria Palante, CEO, Association of American Publishers, USA. But before we do that, I'm sure you all enjoyed the sumptuous lunch. All of you had great food. So we would like to thank our esteemed sponsors, the MBD Group, for the lunch. They were the lunch sponsors. And I would also like to now invite on stage Mrs. Natasha Devasar. May I request her to please join us on stage? Mrs. Natasha Devasar. May I request you to please join us on stage?
And it's Managing Director, Taylor and Francis, India. MD, Taylor and Francis, India.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen, with us on stage now, Ms. Natasha Devasar. She is Managing Director, Taylor and Francis, India. We would request her to help us in honoring the contribution of our esteemed sponsors, the MBD Group, for their lunch. And may I now have the pleasure to invite on stage Mrs. Saroj Bala Malhotra. May I request Ms. Monica Malhotra Kandhari to please accompany her mother on stage. And may I request Ms. Natasha to kindly present a shawl to her and please honor her. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together and let's welcome her on stage. Leading woman power through her exemplary leadership, Mrs. Satish Bala Malhotra. Thank you, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here in our midst. Thank you, Ms. Devasar, for joining us on stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the session, which is the post-lunch session, Shaping the Future of IP in Publishing. We need no introduction to the session chair. We've already heard him being introduced earlier in the session, but I would like to add another dimension to this illustrious personality. He's an avid biker, that's what he told me earlier in the day, and loves to travel, has been to India many times, and enjoys traveling throughout India. The rest, we should hear it from himself, Mr. Michael Coleman. May I request you to please take the session forward.
Great, thank you so much. So welcome everybody, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. We have an excellent session which is all around the second very important pillar of the IPA. The first one, freedom to publish. Second is copyright. So we are, as publishers, of course, very concerned, involved about the future of copyright. And luckily we have two ultimate experts on copyright, international leaders on copyright. So on my left is Francis Gurry, the Secretary General of WIPO, and on my right is Maria Palante, the President and the CEO of the American Association of Publishers. And so let me introduce them a little bit more so that you know exactly who is here in this panel. And so let me start with Francis. Francis is Australian, an Australian lawyer, has been Director General since 2008. So I think it's your 10-year anniversary coming up in Geneva. And I'm very curious how you became Director General, but I'll come back to that question later. You hold a law degree from Melbourne University, PhD from Cambridge, and many honorary degrees from around the world, I believe. Very famous book you published, Breach of Confidence, 1984, which is a standard UK legal text on the protection of confidential information. And the second edition came out, Oxford University Press, by the way, 2012, and it's titled Gurry on Breach of Confidence. I really like that play on the title. Good. Welcome, Francis. Great honor to have you here. I know you flew all the way from Geneva, so excellent you could join us for this. And on my right is Maria Palante, President and CEO of the Association of American Publishers, which represents all the leading book, journal, and educational publishers in the US on matters of law and policy. Between 2011 and 2016, Maria served as the head of the US Copyright Office, and she advised lawmakers on issues involving books, software, music, film, artwork, internet platforms, and libraries. And I'm sure you have amazing stories to tell about those interactions with the lawmakers. We'll get back to that later. Prior to your public service, Maria was heading copyright and trademark licensing for the worldwide Guggenheim Museums. I really like that artistic twist there. Very good. Maria delivered some very distinguished legal lectures. One is titled The Next Great Copyright Act, which was actually at Columbia University. It happens to be my alma mater, so very good. And most recently you spoke, I Am the Captain Now, Piracy and Other Contortions in the Copyright Marketplace, and that was at the University of Wisconsin. Very happy to have you here. Thank you for flying all the way from DC. Great to have you for this panel, and to have you here also for our Congress. So I'm going to ask both speakers first to give an introduction, and I think I'll start with Maria. And feel free to do it there, or maybe use the podium over there, whatever works best for you.
Thank you, Michiel. Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. I want to congratulate the Federation of Indian Publishers and the International Publishers Association for organizing this important Congress in this beautiful venue. May I also say what an honor it is to be here with so many publishers and publishing experts, and to be on a panel with Dr. Gary discussing the future path of IP. I wanted to start with a little bit of history before we talk about the future. So what's past is prologue. I like the way that the organizers titled this part of this session, because it assumes that publishers will participate in the future of IP. In other words, the law is not simply something that happens to publishers, although I know sometimes it feels that way, but rather it's a living framework that both shapes and is shaped by everyone who comes in contact with it. But in fact, publishers are not just shaping intellectual property law. As we heard this morning, they're also shaping the underlying content, the actual intellectual property itself, which in turn shapes IP law. So this suggests to me that publishers have two opportunities when it comes to shaping IP. One is about engaging strategically with policymakers, courts, and intergovernmental organizations. The other is about the power of publishers to shape the law by continuing to do what publishers do best: develop new voices, new readers, new business models, and new markets. Half the world's population lives in Asia. 500 million people speak Spanish. There are English speakers and markets beyond the UK and the US that are bigger and getting bigger every day. There are demographics, including here in India, that are very young. These facts have implications for business and for the law to come. To know the future, it really does make sense, I think, to start with the past. And as in Shakespeare's great play, The Tempest, everything that has come before has set the stage for what will happen next. What's past is prologue. We should do a better job of embracing the fact that publishers are the original copyright innovators, both for themselves and for the rights of authors. Long before we had copyright laws that applied to music, film, and software industries, we had publishers investing in and disseminating books, maps, and charts. Last fall, I spent a wonderful day at Cambridge University Press, where the history of publishing is on display in a permanent exhibition devoted to the subject of the history of publishing. The connection to democracy, science, medicine, law, and every other form of progress is palpable. It's almost in the air when you walk around. It's a reminder, publishers were not only there, they were at the center of the revolution and still innovating today. So what about publishers as innovators? At the Association of American Publishers, we are very forward-thinking about the industry, and we are very proud of the role that publishers play, both locally and globally, in the world. Our mission at AAP is to advance a rational legal landscape that incentivizes the publication of books, journals, and educational solutions, and recognizes the essential role that publishers play in local markets and the global economy. We like to say that publishers invest in and inspire the exchange of ideas. Wiley is celebrating 210 years as a publisher. And in looking at the many successes of this company, I am most struck by the seriousness with which it has always approached its business. Wiley describes itself as developing and communicating solutions. But it does this through an exacting process that values rich content, accuracy, editorial responsibility, and technology. It operates as a catalyst for progress in the world we live in, much like the purpose of copyright law. Penguin Random House, the largest trade publisher in the world, but in the words of its CEO, it is a multi-local, multi-domestic company, meaning that its publishers are editorially and entrepreneurially independent, including here in India. This growth strategy speaks to Penguin Random House's mission to create the future of books, as it likes to say, but it reflects the spirit of publishers to be global citizens from the ground up by investing in and respecting local markets, but more importantly, by learning from them. India has a young demographic, high literacy, diverse cultures, a great interest in technology. It makes it an exciting place for investment. Books for children and young adults are fast growing, as they are worldwide, and like the other global trends, readers increasingly like to read books by streaming them. Audiobooks are booming. Copyright law provides the incentives and the protections that publishers need to advance books, but it also is a catalyst for broader progress in the world: education, research, diversity, environmental stewardship, political movements. There are many downstream benefits of a legal system that values creativity and enough to provide copyrights. And one of the beautiful things about copyright law is that we don't always know where the creativity will take us. Elsevier has been very successful because it has moved beyond the work of disseminating and circulating works to the next step of making the underlying content maximally useful. In other words, in a globalized world where there's so much information, how can publishers use their platforms to help guide scientists and perhaps policymakers through this material? In fact, I would say publishing today looks an awful lot like the days of Gutenberg. Here's the vision of the original publishing innovator Johannes Gutenberg. He said, "It is a press, certainly, but a press from which shall flow in inexhaustible streams, a spring of truth. Like a new star, it shall scatter the darkness of ignorance and cause a light heretofore to shine amongst men." An inexhaustible stream. So when I first read that, I thought, wow, Gutenberg, he predicted internet streaming. That's amazing. The audiobook. But it is indeed exciting to think that after centuries of speaking about copyright in terms of making and distributing copies, publishers today do speak about downloading, accessing, performing, or making available a work. Thanks to the internet treaties, publishers can provide access to a work at a time and a place selected by the reader. Publishers can stream a work that has been narrated by the author or performed by a dramatist. There are so many ways to publish, and this is what makes the industry so powerful. I recently watched a TED Talk by the brilliant Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie called "The Danger of a Single Story." I commend it to you if you have not seen it or heard it. She talks about growing up as a child in a comfortable middle-class family with professional parents in eastern Nigeria, where she read books about fair-skinned characters with blue eyes who ate apples, played in the snow, and talked about this thing called sunny weather. She discusses how she finally discovered African authors, and then as a writer, how her success came only when she began to write about the culture that she knew, only to have a professor tell her that her characters were not African enough. The professor had a single story of Africa. Adichie acknowledges that sometimes only one or two books may come to represent the voice of an entire culture. But in listening to her, I think this is only slightly better than having no voice at all. Diversity matters. I think that the danger of a single story is quite relevant to our copyright debates. Although there are many examples, the most compelling is about defining the public interest. Those who advocate for weak copyright laws or seek to circumvent or appropriate copyrighted works to their own end often do so by citing the public interest. They frame the public interest as though it is separate from the rights of copyright owners, or worse yet, that publishers and other copyright owners are an obstacle to progress. This is false. Copyright law and copyright owners are central to the public interest. Yes, progress is complicated, and there are many equities at play in a complex world. But beware of those who would marginalize the contributions of publishers. Progress is not a single story. I'm looking forward to discussing particular legal issues with Dr. Gary, but for now I wanted to tell you to embrace transformation because it is your history. You have led us to this point in time. And I'd like to leave you with the words of the great author Arundhati Roy. This is from her novel, The God of Small Things. She wrote, "It was a time when the unthinkable and the impossible really happened." Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Maria. Wonderful. Francis, please feel free to give your perspective also from where you are.
Okay. Thank you very much, Michiel. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. Let me say what really a privilege it is to have this opportunity to interact with you all. We very, very much value the cooperation that we have with the International Publishers Association, and I'd like to thank them for this opportunity, as well as the Federation of Indian Publishers. And under your guidance, Michiel, it's really a pleasure also to be sharing the podium with a long-term friend, Maria Palante, who has been really a leading light in the field of copyright and publishing more generally now for a long, long time. So let me start. I know some of you are very familiar with the World Intellectual Property Organization, what we do, in fact, probably too familiar for your liking. But some of you will not be so familiar with the organization. So let me start with a few words on WIPO and its role in the publishing industry, really. And we're an international organization. We have 193 member states. We're based in Geneva in Switzerland, with a few small presences outside of Switzerland. We have the peculiarity in the UN system, because we remember a specialized agency of the UN, of being largely self-funded. 96% of our revenue comes from services that we render directly to the private sector through various systems in the area of patents, trademarks, designs, and dispute resolution. We have about 1,300 employees, as I said, mainly based in Geneva. Books are very much at the origin of the organization, because in the wave of globalization that occurred at the end of the 19th century, Victor Hugo and other authors and publishers were very concerned that their works were circulating as a consequence of new means of transportation and indeed communication in a way without any adequate protection. And that was the foundation of the Berne Convention for the protection of literary and artistic works, which in turn is one of the foundations of WIPO, but also of the copyright system internationally. And we tend to take it for granted, but there are a lot of things that you do that really spring from the invisible Berne Convention, such as the automaticity of getting protection in all Berne member countries, more than 175, as a consequence of publishing in a single Berne member country. Now, from those origins, a reasonably comprehensive international legal framework, but by no means fully comprehensive, international legal framework has been constructed over the years. The so-called area of related rights, that is covering performers and covering, as we quaintly refer to them, producers of phonograms, as well as broadcast organizations, was added to the Berne Convention in the early 1960s. Publishers were not included as a separate right at that stage. And in 1996, this whole edifice was brought up to date for the internet age, the digital age, by two treaties that were concluded and that are in force now in nearly 100 countries each. And they include important new rights and adaptations for the digital age. And since that time, there have been two other additions, one really concerning performers that missed out in the 1996 treaties, audiovisual performers or actors, and the other, the Marrakesh Treaty, with which I'm sure you are all familiar, which does essentially two things. It universalizes an exception to copyright for the production of books in accessible format in certain circumstances for persons who are blind or visually impaired, and enables that exception at the national level in a territorial copyright system to talk those exceptions to talk to each other, so enables the cross-border transfer of books in accessible formats. We also at WIPO, and I'm not going to go through all of our activities, but in addition to this legal framework, we have very important activities in the area of capacity building for the developing and least developed countries. Now, let me just say then, if I may, property really is the foundation of the business model of the publishing industry. And intellectual property internationally comes from this set of arrangements. Looking to the future, which I think is the direction that our conversation is going to take, I wanted to mention three areas, if I may, which I think are of fairly fundamental concern when we consider the past. As Maria has, I think, very rightly pointed out, it's the prologue to the future. When we consider that past, and those areas, first of all, are the paralysis in norm-making, or the paralysis internationally in rulemaking, and I'll confine myself to the international scene. I think there are many parallels at the national level. But there is a paralysis in the establishment of new rules internationally, and it's quite a paradox because globalization, of course, has led to a situation in which there are very few issues which do not have a global dimension. Whether it's the movement of germs or the movement of pollution or the movement of creative works, most issues that we confront these days do have a global dimension. At the same time, as I said, our capacity to be able to deal with those at an international level has diminished. And I think there are many reasons, and we could talk for a long, long while, but allow me to mention a few, if I may, for why we are lacking that capacity, or why that capacity, which to you must be very frustrating, frequently extremely frustrating. And for those of you who have had the opportunity to sit through some of our normative committee meetings, it will at times certainly have been a very miserable experience. Now, why is this the case? Well, I think the first reason is the world, I won't elaborate on that, the world at the moment. There are important forces in the world at the moment which do not see the path to solving problems as being a multilateral path. And I think that's you all perhaps have in mind one particular administration and country, but it's more widespread than that. And that is the situation. I won't elaborate on that. I think to that general crisis in multilateralism that we confront in the world today, and it is, I think, a crisis, there are specific dimensions that are added by the world of intellectual property. First of all, because the world of intellectual property is really about competitive interests. So if you consider Ebola and the World Health Organization, there is an immediate unity of purpose. Everyone is of the same mind about the suppression of Ebola. When it comes to intellectual property, of course, you are talking about what is becoming rapidly the basis of competition in the knowledge economy. And so it's harder to get agreement for this reason. And then you add to that the enormous asymmetries in capacity that exist around the world, so that you have coming together in a multilateral forum everything from pre-industrial economies to post-industrial economies with enormous asymmetries. And that makes agreement, of course, much more difficult. I think then you have a number of technological reasons that compound the problem. Most notably, the speed of technological change, which is in marked contrast to the way in which the multilateral machinery traditionally put together policy. You have problems arising at a rate that the machinery has difficulty in addressing, I think. And the radical disruption that is caused by all of those. All this to say that the traditional instrument for international cooperation and for making rules in the world, and now in a needed space of the globalized economy, is in a state of some crisis. And I know a number of you are very familiar with that, and there are important reasons for that. A second area that I'd like to signal for the future, I think, which is very much, it's an area that you know much more about than I do, and that is the disruption that has occurred in the value chain of the creation, production, distribution, and consumption of creative content generally, but literary works and published works in particular. And there are many dimensions, I think, to this question. There's a dimension of competition policy that arises. Essentially, I think one of the most visible elements of the disruption, of course, as you are very much aware, is that there has been a shift of some power to distribution platforms, which to some extent have replaced retail and other distribution channels. Now, there is a competition law dimension to that, and we find ourselves in a world in which competition law is national, and competition law actually exists only in 40 to 50 countries in the world. So that is one dimension. There is a business model shift to this problem also, I think, because the platform economy is, of course, providing new means of linking businesses and customers and new knowledge about the customer base, and that's a combination of information technology, of data, and of the internet, all of which provide different linkages between businesses and customers, which favour, to some extent, distribution platforms, and which are only going to be exacerbated in the future by artificial intelligence and its use in this connection. And then I think there is also, to some extent, a remuneration model shift. And to a certain extent, distribution platforms, and it depends on the creative content that we're talking about, but to a certain extent, distribution platforms are using advertising and other services as a means of remuneration rather than the property model. So I think here is an area that you're all very familiar with, as I said, and much more familiar with than I am, which really goes to the heart of policy and the set of balances that were put in place by the international legal framework that has been carefully constructed over the course of more than 100 years now. Now let me go to my final area, perhaps for future concentration, and that is that I think your business models are not the only ones being disrupted, as I suggested with respect to international cooperation and the paralysis in norm-making. The whole business model, if you like, of international cooperation has been disrupted as well in this world. And to some extent, treaties are being replaced by practical cooperation. And I think this is a consequence of all of the factors that I mentioned earlier that are driving the paralysis in norm-making. And it remains the case that we do need international cooperation in all areas, but in this area of publishing and copyright in particular. And it's linked also, I think, with another big shift in power that has occurred in the course of the last 20 or so years. And here I'm not in any of these instances in advocacy mood, nor am I in lamenting mood. I'm in descriptive mood. And that is that there has been, of course, a redefinition of the dividing line between the public function and the private function, and an expansion of the, I think, the private sector and its importance. And so the private sector really is a repository of more financial and information resources than governments, which once, I think, were more important in both of those sets of resources than the public sector. To some extent, I think the traditional international system has recognized this. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, which were adopted by the international community, it speaks of a revitalized partnership that's needed to carry forward international cooperation, and more particularly, a revitalized partnership between the private sector and the public sector. And I think this is an area of opportunity, given the paralysis in norm-making, and I do believe we still need norms, we do need rules, but we have to be realistic also. Given that paralysis, And given the shift in the nature of international cooperation, I think we do need to pay some attention to the opportunities that exist for cooperation between the private sector and the public sector. Now, this is not always easy because there are good reasons why the two sectors are different. If I take one example of one cooperation from a completely different field that we have of this nature, it concerns a cooperation of well over 100 pharmaceutical companies, universities, research institutions around the world, developing and developed world, to share research and intellectual property in the field of neglected tropical diseases. Why is that possible as a cooperation? Why would a pharmaceutical company share its valuable intellectual property with universities to advance drug discovery in this area? Well, one reason is because it's an area of market failure. It's an area where there is no functional market. Neglected tropical diseases affect the world's poorest populations with no consuming power, no power of consumption. So the market mechanism of an encouragement for investment in research and development coming from the possibility of consumers doesn't exist. And no loss of market share is involved in the cooperation that is put in place. You may say something similar for the Accessible Books Consortium, which is a partnership between authors, publishers, rights-holding organisations, libraries, and the World Blind Union that we administer at WIPO in relation to the Marrakesh Treaty, really. So I think here is an area where we need to collectively put our heads together and see what opportunities exist. And we very, very much value the cooperation that we have with the International Publishers Association, and it's a cooperation that I think has in very recent years been intensifying and that we are delighted about. And I think one of the areas where we perhaps can start to explore cooperation, the possibility of cooperation, is in the whole area of creating a functional global digital content marketplace. Now, much of that is, of course, in your hands entirely. And anything that we do ever must be necessarily pre-competitive. It must be concerned with that area, that space which is pre-competition or which provides the possibility of competition. But when we look at that global digital content marketplace, of course, there are a great many components ranging from how identifiers in this area communicate with each other, to standards, to systems, but it's an area, I think, which once traditionally would have been addressed through norm making. And there are perhaps specific issues where norm making is required, but there may be opportunities also for practical cooperation. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So, this is not only a dialogue here where you can listen carefully and maybe a little bit sleepily, but this is something where we also want to interact with the audience. And luckily, so there's an opportunity for you to join this conversation. There are microphones everywhere, so at some point, if you have a question, raise your hand. I think it's very good. I have some questions here as well, so no worries. And by the way, the organizers gave me the information on everybody here who has a law degree. So if you're too quiet, I will just call out some of your names, and you know who you are. So better volunteer before I call you for your volunteering question. Good. I thought it was great introductions. Lots of material covered there. And I actually wanted to, because both Maria and Francis talks about this one item which came up in both of your presentations, although you used different terminologies. I mean, Francis has a very neutral term. Let me get the note here, because you talk about the platforms, right? In a very neutral term. and you talk more about the technology player. So I thought maybe we could first tackle that issue. It came also up this morning. There is great enthusiasm about new platforms or big tech players. They are disrupting the world, maybe also our world. Maybe we will disrupt it ourselves first. But can we explore that a little bit further, and especially get your perspective from both WIPO but also from the AAP. So how to deal with these digital platforms if they're not ours, so to say. Because of course, there are many publishers here who consider themselves managing digital platforms, and we do, but we're talking about big tech here. Not the ones that fully embrace, for instance, copyright.
Right. Yeah, no, it's a great question. So they are part of the disruption, they're part of the challenge, they're part of the innovation, and they're partners with publishers. So I think if you're framing it as the big players, it brings into question whether there should be more government oversight, if not regulation, because while publishers, I'll just keep it to publishers, but every content industry feels the same way, from music to motion pictures. If publishers are competitors at heart and have built their publishing industries in markets competitively, the question is, can you do that if you are not on a level playing field, if the entire New World Order involves a tech platform? And no matter how great your business deal, if you don't have a lot of options, you're not going to have a lot of leverage, and that affects everybody down the value chain. So that's the big issue. I think we see it in all kinds of granular copyright issues. We see it primarily when it comes to notice and takedown regimes that were built around the internet treaties, which in internet terms or dog years might as well be 1,000 years ago at this point, because the internet just looks so different. I mean, on the one hand, it's remarkable that we were able to get those internet treaties through when we did, because it feels like gridlock happened around, or the paralysis that Francis was talking about, almost immediately after that. And so one wonders if we hadn't not missed that opportunity, where we would be. So it was great for a while. Publishers and other copyright owners let the ISP know, hey, there's infringing content, could you please take it down? Departments sprung up, entire business lines to deal with that. But it's proliferated so much because there are so many websites, so international, and the burden is entirely on the copyright owner to continue to make that case. And if you're a little person or a little publisher or an author or a songwriter, it's almost impossible to get your material down. And then it pops back up, so the so-called whack-a-mole problem. So that could be solved, in an optimistic discussion of voluntary agreements if people were willing to come to the table. That's not something that necessarily needs to be legislated if everybody can agree that that repeat infringers, where something pops right back up. Everybody agrees that is not good for anybody in the ecosystem. But what's the leverage to get that to happen? So that's one area where it's really palpable and really damaging.
Francis, would you like to comment as well?
Look, I think Maria has very eloquently, as always, described the situation. I think there is a widespread perception that there is an undue concentration of value in the distribution function. So that's the perception, at any rate, that's out there. And I think that one of the things that we do need to do is have more information. Now, the market, of course, is not entirely transparent. And the deals that are done, for whatever reasons, are not always there for us to study to see what the situation is exactly. And it would be, I think, useful for us to continue to explore whether that perception matches the reality. And then I think we have to really also explore, as I mentioned, just how is this new marketplace operating? Because to some extent what we have is the architecture of a territorial analog system undergoing gradual adaptation to the reality of global economic behaviour and global accessibility. And then, on the other hand, these tech platforms that start with the global reality. They didn't exist beforehand. So they don't have any legacy systems to adapt. They can just go straight to the new circumstances. And I think we need to see how we can be of assistance, the whole world, how we can be of assistance in that transformation of the architecture of the territorial analog system and its functioning. It's very complex, of course, and there are a lot of interests involved, but it needs to be put in a position to compete as easily as the newcomers, if I may say, who have come in more or less disregard of the territoriality that exists and have been able to exploit freely the possibility of the global marketplace.
Yes. Very good. I see. This is a good moment to see if there's a question from the audience. And this is the first round I ask, so don't get too nervous that I volunteer people, but the next time I will. Good, all right.
There's a lady here.
Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, I think Stephen there.
Oh, sorry, Stephen.
Yeah. Stephen,
Thank
can you
you.
first identify yourself? Stephen?
Stephen Lottinger from the UK Publishers Association.
Yes.
Francis, I hope, forgive me, I just wanted to ask you to expand a little bit. I was really interested in the comments you were making about how we might develop standards and systems between both the public and private through cooperation. I just wondered if I could encourage you to perhaps expand upon that a little.
Sure. Thanks, Stephen. Look, I think the possibilities are, in a certain sense, endless. So they start with, or not necessarily starting, but a starting point could be capacity building. So we do a lot in this field. And I think there is a shared interest on the part of everyone to see the publishing industry grow worldwide. Now, in some respects, what we have been doing in the intellectual property field, and this is a self-criticism, is preaching the benefits of intellectual property when the underlying economic activity for which intellectual property, exists is not always there. Sustainable economies are not always present. And I think you have to do less selling of intellectual property when you have a sustainable economy that is there, and when you have a publishing industry in a country, the benefits of intellectual property are quite apparent. So I think there's a lot of cooperation that we could do with the IPA and with its individual members in assisting in capacity building. And that capacity building can go to some of the architecture that we traditionally have had, such as, and we do this in the area of collective management, but it can also go to something that we have started to do with the IPA, looking at building publishing capacity, in particular for primary educational publishing in African countries. So there's lots, I think, that we can do in that area together that advances generally the cause of publishing and intellectual property as a basic business model for publishing. Then I think there's stuff that we can look at in terms of systems, remembering always that I think the two lines that we have to respect are, first, the entirely legitimate skepticism on the part of content industries about government or public involvement in this very sensitive area of publishing. So we all need to respect this and the reasons that it's been there, and to respect the fact that it's been publishers in the private sector that have been able to really advance important factors, rights like freedom of expression. We need to respect this. We need to respect also that a public organisation like WIPO cannot be involved in anything that is competitive. It must be pre-competitive. But we have some platforms in other areas of intellectual property which are pre-competitive and which relate to, for example, offices around the world sharing information to avoid the duplication of work on searching and examining patent applications. We have a number of different areas of cooperation. We could think whether there's anything that we can do in the common interests of respect for intellectual property and enforcement in getting cooperation with amongst executive agencies such as police, judiciary and customs authorities. There, I think there is it's ultimately a cooperation that has to occur on a public-private basis. And then there are all those elements in this very complex marketplace, which is very much changing and very much in disruption of, is it working as well as it should? Now, that's an extremely difficult question, I think. It's commonly said that someone who wants to do a YouTube video, produce one, and wants to use a little bit of text, maybe a little bit of music, maybe some film clip, that it's almost impossible for them to comply with the copyright system. Now, that's not an easy question, to address. One way of addressing it is creating an exception for that sort of private content, and that's one policy approach that has been adopted. Another is, well, it doesn't really matter. We're not interested in that market. Our market is different, and it's not significant to us to devote attention to. And a third way is to say, well, why can't they comply? Why is it so difficult? And let's look at that and see how we can improve that so that at least the possibility of compliance is an easy thing. Now, what one imagines there is endless, of course, a simple lookup facility. But we all know behind that simple lookup facility is an enormous complexity to achieve. So I think we've got, we need to, especially given the paralysis in norm making, which I'm not, we have to be realistic about it. I'm not at all happy about it, of course, but it's there, and it's there for very important reasons, that are not easy to overcome. Then we need to be creative and innovative about business models in this area of policy making to see what we can do together in an open conversation in which people are saying, well, no, we're not interested in that. No, you shouldn't do that. No, no. But yes, here's a possibility.
Very good. Maria, please.
Yeah, I'll add, so going from the YouTube home video example to willful piracy, the other end of where we may need government cooperation, that too can be tailored to the location. So one answer to enforcement in places where there may not be an economic infrastructure in place to even deal with intellectual property claims may be tailor-made compliance, meaning transactions that make sense for that environment. That's a really productive win-win if you're happy enough with what they want to do. You just want to paper it, as we say as lawyers. But then there is the Sci-Hub problem, where, and that was the basis of my article, my speech, I Am the Captain Now. That is piracy on the high seas with the intent of absolute, bloodless carnage at the end of the day. So the Sci-Hub website, for those not in the scholarly world, is devoted to not just uploading and disseminating scholarly works, I think more than 64 million works at this point, but also, as it says on the website, dedicated to the idea of canceling intellectual property. So it's got a dual interest and it's making a statement. It also is a criminal ring. It lures innocent customers to the sites. Many sites now, servers are based in Russia and elsewhere. People's credentials are appropriated. And it's on a path of destruction. So what does one do? And it's everywhere. I mean, there is a Sci-Hub map of piracy that you can look at, which lights up sort of like the Naval Observatory clock, showing you, the one about debt, that shows you everywhere that things are being uploaded at any point in time. And it's flashing everywhere. It could be Germany, it could be the US, it could be Asia. So what do you do? So in the US, the American Chemical Society, which is a congressionally chartered publisher with a very esteemed history of publishing high quality, edited, accurate, really important works. And Elsevier, which as you know is a leading company, both sued separately, one in the Second Circuit New York, one in the Eastern District of Virginia. And in both cases, the court said, this is ridiculous. There's nothing redeeming about this. It's not some sort of innovative open access model. It's not remotely in the public interest. It's blatant willful infringement. Great. Now what? So damages were awarded to Elsevier, and in the Eastern District of Virginia, the court said, why aren't we blocking these websites? Which many of you know is a very stressful policy issue in a lot of countries, including mine, that is wrapped up in a lot of rhetoric. It's obviously intuitive that we should be able to block website access if it's a criminal, but if it's not and the government gets it wrong, then it's a problem for the average citizen. So that's the rhetoric in a nutshell, but not that legislators couldn't target it to the actual bad actors. They certainly could. So what do? Well, we can't do anything because at the end of the day, there's a little monkeying around with the domain names and with the good faith people on this side of the equation. So if you're a university general counsel, after you see that opinion, you might say, to the extent any of my faculty think this is kind of a cool thing, it's not. And now we know that aiding and abetting or contributing to this has consequences for us. So that's good. But where would voluntary agreements be useful? Well, with the payment processors, with the ISPs that are letting people into those sites, with some sort of customer help on the search when they may not want to go to the criminal Sci-Hub, but actually to the right place where the article resides, which could be the American Chemical Society website, which they kind of mirror. That would all be terrific. And then finally on actual law enforcement, we absolutely have to have coordination among governments. We have to have training among governments and resources. So in the US, we're based in Washington. Getting the attention of the Department of Justice on an issue like this is up there with all of the other issues that Francis mentioned, from espionage to health outbreaks. So we have to help. That's where the private sector really has to step up and not just knock on the door, but to come together and figure out what we think the answer is, and then go to our governments with it and do it in concert. So I think we have to do that because coordination among governments is the key to these blatant acts of piracy. And it's not just piracy, right? It's data infringement and privacy laws. It's all wrapped up together.
Francis, a big headache for the publishing industry, especially when you're a science publisher. Sci-Hub, what do you recommend we do?
Well, I think, again, we need a series of actions. One, we need to work on the government of the territory where the site is located. And that's extremely important. And we have some influence on that. All governments have some influence on that in their bilateral discussions. Mm-hmm. And of course, you, the private sector, also have some influence on that to a certain extent. So we all need to be very clear about this, because I think, as Maria has said, where you have blatant violation of the rules of the game, then we really have an interest in suppressing that. We really have an interest in suppressing that. Not just because of the economic damage that it does, but because it undermines the whole of the system. And it shows an extremely bad example. There are, I think Maria has also mentioned, certain jurisdictions that have, I think, reasonably successfully experimented with injunctions to block access to overseas websites with infringing content of this nature. And that's a legislative measure that I think we need to also take seriously. And there we, as I think Maria has hinted, of course, we face this whole question of the culture that surrounds the internet. And that, I think, was actually we all allowed to be encouraged in the early days of the internet. I think in the early days of the internet, we were all very interested in seeing this wonderful system, you know, not have too many impediments, and certainly not impediments from, for example, conflicting national legislation that was going to stop its advancement and its expansion. And we have to respect that. But there are limits to everything, you know. And there are limits, I think, that we impose in the physical world that absolutely have to be respected also in the world of the internet. And so there is an important cultural question that we need to address, that this is not just a space where people can do whatever they like. It has to be treated seriously, and I think we really have to think hard about how we can tackle this.
So if we look at the political landscape, just before I give up on Sci-Hub, there's one power that really has influence here, and that's Russia, right? So wherever the Sci-Hub owner is, she's in Russia or in a former Soviet Union country, and maybe she moves around. If the powers in Russia decide this is too annoying to be true, we'll put an end to it. Can WIPO help? Will you speak on behalf of us to your contacts?
Yes, of course, but it's always to be borne in mind that we have the softest of power. You know, the softest possible power that exists is with international organizations. And the hardest, of course, is with power is with individual countries, which is expressed usually through trade negotiations and bilateral talks. So we certainly can help, and I would encourage you to bring such problems to our attention, which also gives us a basis on which we can address the government concerned and say, you know, we have constituents who are concerned about this, and we would like to bring this to your attention. And I think that in itself is something.
Thank you, much appreciated and noted. More questions from the audience? Yes, there's a hand going up over there. Yes, sir. Wait till you have the microphone and please identify yourself. Is there a microphone going to this?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
I was actually pointing to the one which is to the left for me, but I think somebody beat you to it. Okay, I noted you.
Okay.
In the back. Yes,
Right.
go ahead.
This is Deependra Manocha from the DAISY Consortium.
Okay.
I would first of all like to thank and congratulate Dr. Guri for the leadership that you have provided for the Marrakesh Treaty and to make the published works accessible to the persons with blindness and low vision. And especially the capacity building activities of the Accessible Books Consortium which are going on. They're especially for this region and the developing countries, I think they're going to play a game-changing role. because what is bringing together is the goals of the accessibility and the digital book challenge. I think our goals are aligning together, and that's such an important thing. And what we find is that most of the publishers individually are fighting their battle for digitization, where I feel if you could throw light on what roles WIPO could play in bringing all those concerns together of the right holders and the capacity building things that we are working on. And of course, in this context, I would really be interested to get a comment from Maria. The whole world is, I think, waiting for the US to ratify the Marrakesh Treaty. So is there any hope of good news coming from that country?
Maria, very concrete question. So when will it be ratified in the US?
Yes, well, I can tell you that we are all working very hard on it. The AAP is really involved in working with our libraries and our print disability community. And we had a change of leadership. You may have heard about it in the White House. And our Congress has been very active as well, but unfortunately not gotten this through yet. But there have been a lot of meetings with the Senate, so we're very optimistic and very active.
Can I follow up, I think, because I really like to explore this Marrakesh Treaty, which I understand is the final big treaty that there was, unless, of course, norm setting is going to change again. So, Francis, you have here the leaders of the global publishing industry, and some of them have fully embraced the Accessible Book Consortium, and they said, yes, my company will make those books available to the VIPs. Is there anything you would like to share from your perspective? Maybe, the journalists always come up with nasty follow-up questions, so I'll ask them immediately. So one of the hesitations, of course, is it's complicated. I have to change my workflow. It requires investments. And it might hurt my sales, my revenues, because I have to give away my content for free, and it's maybe a small market, but I'm not so sure how small, etc. So go ahead. Immediately address, I would say, also a bit the concerns.
Look, I think it's been a very, if I may say, and this is thanks to everyone, governments, publishers, the World Blind Union, a successful example of international cooperation. But it has some distance to travel, obviously. We're 37 countries now. As a matter of fact, I won't say that, but as a matter of fact, the Russian Federation acceded to it 3 days ago.
Yes.
So that's a good thing, a very good thing. Now, the Accessible Books Consortium, and this is a good thing of the changing model, a good example of the changing model of international cooperation. The Marrakesh Treaty is a necessary piece of legal infrastructure. You need the Marrakesh Treaty. But alone, it doesn't move one book. It creates the possibility of the movement of books. So you do need a public-private partnership in order to move the books, to take advantage of the legal architecture that has been created. And that's, so it's a very good example, I think, of the changing nature. And what does it do, this ABC consortium? Well, as I think you're all aware, there's a book exchange, there's capacity building, because in some countries there are blind persons, but no real organisational structure to distribute works in accessible formats to the blind persons, and so we need to work on that as well. And it encourages accessible publishing that you've just mentioned, Michiel. So that's extremely important, and I think we've seen some fantastic embracing of the accessible publishing, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the IPA's position has always been, right from the very outset, same book, same price, same day. And then I think if we have that, we don't have a problem. So that's a very good, if I may say, a very good policy. Same book, same day, same price. Getting there's another thing, you know. So embracing this possibility, I think, is something that we have to continue to work on, and technology can help us to achieve that. And in the interim, before we get to the world of same book, same day, same price, and even in that world, we will need capacity building, of course, just as we do for books for seeing public audiences. But until we get there, then I think the book exchange is an extremely important thing. And then what are our problems there? Well, our problems there are that the rights clearance mechanism is complicated. And you have helped us in this regard, and I would plead that you assist us, continue to assist us in this regard. Now, once you have the whole world signed on to Marrakesh, then the rights clearance mechanism becomes, is no longer a problem. But we're only at 37 countries, and in very important markets are outside that, so we do need to create this rights mechanism facility for the book exchange.
Very good, thank you. Maria, how do American publishers deal with this?
With accessibility?
Well, yeah, the ABC, the Accessible Book Consortium.
Yeah, both. I mean, both ways, right? So we have always had an exception that got outdated, like every other exception in the law, with technology. We're very active in the U.S. delegation around Marrakesh, but also believe strongly in private sector solutions. So I think Francis is absolutely right that the international framework was a new role for WIPO when it came to essentially what would have been an exception as opposed to norm setting for protections. And it was around just a significant public policy issue that everybody agrees needs to be fixed. So publishers, I think, do invest in accessibility. I think technology is paving the way as well. But I agree. I mean, same book, same price, same day. I think let's see how that works. It's already available for many titles. That is the case.
Thank you. So I want to go back to the gentleman who raised his hand at some point. 2 hands. Yes, there we go.
2 hands.
Ali, Emirates Publishers Association. The session has started with Maria saying that rules shouldn't happen to us. And then I heard quite a few times, paralysis. We can't do anything about it. I want to go back to my country with a nice diplomatic answer. What can we do as publishers?
Okay. Maria, you want to start? Then Francis can think about his answer.
Well, I think my message is, I'll go back to the danger of a single story. Embrace the history of publishing. Its role in innovation has led us to this civilized world that we live in. Publishers have had so much to do with that. And regardless of what other stakeholders may say, publishing isn't going anywhere. And it will transform, it will change. Some of that will be local, some of it will be globalized, but it's a very powerful industry. And so I say embrace technology and keep doing what you're doing. There's so many permeations of the future path of IP. One of them is authorship. We've been spending a lot of time talking about distribution, but authorship too is changing. It can change. Maybe not for every sector of publishing, but if you look at the music industry, we've had this whole thing with authorship and technology coming together. Now we talk about songs that are mixed. Is it the artist that's the author? Is it the producer who knew how to mix it? Is it the technology? It's all of that. And you're going to see more and more collaborations among publishers and authors, and therefore authorship itself will change. You talked about artificial intelligence. That's a factor. So the nature of authorship also will help lead us down a new path. And that just for me speaks about innovative licensing. So we haven't really talked about that much, but at its essence, innovation in publishing is mostly about licensing and business models. And that requires freedom to contract. And so that's a message I wanted to make sure that I mentioned. It's not just threats of piracy and enforcement and internet regulation, but make sure that you protect the power to contract. That includes waiving claims, waiving remedies. It includes that even though the term of copyright might be very long, that you really only care about recouping the first few years. You can do such innovative, cool things with licensing and make it market specific that we have to remember that that's a really important tool.
Thank you. Francis, you mentioned in your introduction paralysis. I think that it was picked up by the gentleman. So,
Well,
can you also
look,
give us the upbeat version of your story?
Yes, okay. So look, we are going through a period in the world where the forces happen to be against multilateralism, and you know, we have to recognise that. Unfortunately, we have to recognise that. And it may well be different in 2 years' time, in 5 years' time. It may take 10. You know, I think it's very dangerous, they say, a very dangerous thing to make predictions, especially about the future. So we just don't know how we're going to get out of that. But in the interim, I would encourage you to point out what are the real problems to your government and to urge them, where it is an international question, to raise it internationally and to support an international approach. Now, not everything requires an international solution. I'm far from believing that. You know, that's for sure. And we shouldn't do things internationally unless there is a value addition that is needed. But I really think you have to. You see, we do face a situation in which, in many governments in the world, intellectual property is not the top policy priority. There are lots of competing policy priorities, and for very good reasons. But we have to advance the interests with a fairly simple, I think, argument that the creative industries, and in particular publishing, enrich our lives extraordinarily. And not just enrich our lives. They make, you know, the basic, as Maria has pointed out, the basic functioning of a democratic system, you know, work. So that's important. Copyright or intellectual property is fundamental to that business model. Of course, and Maria is quite right to say, you know, freedom of contract is very important, but I'm not sure you can contract except about property. Now, I have this discussion with a friend for many months now. It's a philosophical discussion, and I think he's probably right. I don't think you can make a contract unless there's property involved. So you do need the property to be there and to function. And you have to point that out to governments and raise it on the policy agenda. And where there is value to be added through an international approach, say, you know, you have to support a multilateral approach to this, and we have to be patient and persistent. And look, if I may, I don't want to talk too much, but if I may give one example, because we often complain about the international system, and rightly so in many instances, but take the financial crisis, the global financial crisis, as an example. Now, the global financial crisis of 2008 did not become a crisis of the trading system. Unlike 1929, where the global financial crisis became a global economic became an economic crisis and a trading crisis, and it led to catastrophe, actually, economic and other catastrophe in the world. Now, why didn't that happen in 2008? Essentially because of 60 years multilateral discussions and rulemaking in the GATT and then the World Trade Organization. And had you been present at any stage during those, 60 years of discussions, it would have been a painful and miserable experience, I'm sure, very. But the end result is really fundamental. And so we do require a lot of patience, I think, and we must keep, despite the paralysis, we must keep trying to push international approaches and solutions where there is a requirement or value addition.
Very good. I see a hand over there. Go ahead. Do you need a microphone? Yes. And can you please first identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Edward Nawatka. I'm a journalist with Publishers Weekly, but I promise not to ask a nasty question, which was an unfair characterization, I might point out. This is for both panelists, but I'm going to paraphrase Richard Charkin from earlier today, probably poorly, but he basically said that we're coming to a point in the world where we now have a situation where the biggest publishers are the large technology companies, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, etc. I'm curious, in the United States, for example, we have a situation where Amazon is the single most prolific publisher of translated fiction in the United States. So I'm curious, in your opinion, as Mr. Charkin said earlier, we're at a point where either the technology companies will dictate to the publishers, or the publishers will be able to educate the technology companies. What do you feel is the realistic outcome of that situation?
Is this a question for both panelists, or?
Yes, for both panelists,
Right.
but certainly on the American side.
I mean,
Yes.
that's a great
you.
question. It's kind of the heart of the issue, and but I would say Albert Einstein said you can't solve a problem on the level that it was created. You have to go to the next level to solve it. So I think that's what this is. I don't think either of those is going to be the end of it. I think you need the government involved. If the point is that there are some companies that have gotten so big that it's not in the public interest, then there's only one answer. Some kind of government oversight. Could start with voluntary practices. We could take something very basic with Amazon, for example. If anybody can rise to the top 3 in their algorithm as a seller, is there a counterfeit policy? How do we know that person that is listed as number 2 is legit? Basic things like that. Those are small industry practices that could make a huge difference. I think that publishers have partnered well with tech companies. I think publishers are very, they love their own industry, and because they're very afraid of anti-competitive behavior, their model is different. They don't railroad through innovation and then pick up the pieces later and say, we'll see what the court says, right? That's a little bit of what happened with the Google book case. They just kept going and took a risk. That's not really the nature of publishers to do that kind of thing. And I'm not saying that it should be, but I think publishing, embracing tech isn't something that we should shy away from.
Francis?
Well, look, I'm in full agreement with everything that Maria has said, absolutely, as usual. And then I'll sound like a cracked record and come back to, just one other dimension, perhaps, of this fantastic, I think, question. And go back to the facility that the tech companies have had to be able to use technology without restraint, compared to all of us many of us who have grown up in the analog world and have used to this territorial and architecture of the analog world, and the slowness of our adaptation to get to the facility that the tech companies have. Now, it really involves, I think, the tech companies recognising a bit more complexity than some of them do recognise. That this is quite a complicated world, the world of authors and creators and being individuals and confronting a big marketplace and needing assistance and therefore needing a whole lot of associate and partner organizations in order to be able to focus on what they're best at, which is content production, rather than navigating a big marketplace. I think we do really need to think about how we can make the machinery that exists and has existed less complex and more adapted to the great ease that distribution platforms are able to have in using the internet. I think it's a really big task, and it's complex, of course. Many, interests are involved.
Thank you. So I'm aware of the time, and I must say I'm surprised that the time flew by. So I just want to, finalize with two, questions on a lighter note. And one for Maria. I already gave you a little bit of advance warning. You dealt a lot with lawmakers on the Hill.
Yeah.
Any exceptional stories that stand out when you look back to your previous role, which were really surprising and you'd love to share with this audience?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's all in a black box.
Can you open up a little bit?
Dealing with lawmakers is everything that you think it is. It's rewarding, it's frustrating, it's fantastic until the next day when they were visited by somebody who came in after you. But in the government, it's very different. As the Register of Copyrights, I was a trusted advisor and the principal advisor to the Congress. So they really are great people who are elected, who come in and want to do the right thing, and they're responsible for such a huge number of issues. And just like we were talking about with everything else, where does this fit on their schedule during a day?
Yes.
And so that role was really special because it allowed me to say, hey, here's what's going on, here's the landscape, here's what you need to know, and here's what you should do as a technical matter of law. Francis and I were talking at lunch about how back in the earlier days of WIPO, the days that we all studied, it was really a committee of experts. It was, every country's subject matter expert. In our case, Barbara Ringer, the person who wrote the 1976 Copyright Act, and Nimmer on copyright, there in Geneva, sitting down, and they were looking at footnotes and framing, and so was everybody else's subject matter expert, and that's just not the case today.
Great, thank you. And Francis, you also, I think you saw my question coming. When I introduced you, there was a bit of a jump. All of a sudden, you're a lawyer, you wrote books, and another person, and you became the Director General of WIPO. What happened? How does one become Director General of WIPO? And maybe, especially interesting, at some point, you might not be one, and there will be a successor. So what advice do you have for all these ambitious folks in this room who want to have that role at some point in the future?
Sure.
Yes.
So it's a very timely question, Michael, because I have a little over 2.5 years left in my second and final mandate, so that's an election will take place. So the Director General is elected by member states, and that election will take place starting from September 2019. So it's a process which involves really 6 months, and September, the gun will be fired for the race in September 2019, which is not so far away, it's, as I said, an elected position. You need to have the support of your government, which proposes you. A government has to propose a candidate. And then you, working with your government and with friends, have to try to persuade other people to vote for you. So that's like any really election campaign. And I did say earlier that an international organisation has the softest of power, and perhaps the concentration shouldn't have been on the adjective, but more on the noun. I'm not sure it has any power, whatsoever. So, and the Director General, of course, has even less, more soft of everything else. But nevertheless, it is an organisation that needs to be managed we do provide a lot of services to the private sector directly. 250,000, 60,000 international patent applications every year from all of the corporations of the world, really. 50, 60,000 international trademark applications, design applications, and so on. And then there's what has always seemed to me the most difficult world of all for intellectual property policy, the creative industries. It's really the hardest part of intellectual property law. It's becoming the hardest, it's the hardest part of disruption and change. It's the lead, agent for disruption and change, and at the same time something that attracts the attention of the whole world. It made intellectual property a popular subject. The internet did. Everyone has a view about, content, freedom of content and access and so on. But there's a really fundamental thing here at stake. And Maria has pointed this out. And it is that your industry is fundamental, of course. And a healthy publishing industry is fundamental to the political system that we value, and the social system that we value, and to cultural richness in the world. And at the heart of that model, to make it sustainable, is respect for a property right, which happens to be an intellectual property right. So it's important, and I think it's something where you should be engaged. With if not with a candidate, then in watching that this goes in the right direction.
Thank you so much. I thought this was extremely insightful from both of you. I must make one observation. I was very happily surprised how harmonious it was and how much you agreed with each other. So that's excellent, maybe also for the future for intellectual property. So a big hand, I think, for both of our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for taking us through this very important and topical discussion. May I request you to kindly stay back with us for just a minute more, please? To present a memento to the session chair, Mr. Mikhail Kuhlmann, I now have the pleasure of inviting on stage Mr. Ramesh K. Mittal. Thank you for chairing this session. Our sincere thanks and gratitude to Mr. Francis Gurry. To present a memento, may I invite on stage Mr. Pranav Gupta. And to present a memento to Ms. Maria Palante, may I invite on stage Mr. Dinesh Goyal. Thank you for being a part of this session. And our thanks to Mr. Mittal, Mr. Pranav Gupta, and Mr. Dinesh Goyal for coming on stage and doing us the honors. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, esteemed chair. And with that, we conclude this session, which was entitled Shaping the Future of IP in Publishing. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now to take a break for coffee. But please do remember that on the other side of the tea break, we have an even more interesting session lined up, which asks you the topical question, do awards and recognitions help? Whether you think for it or not, please do join us back for the discussion at 4 o'clock sharp. Enjoy the tea break. Many of the members of the audience are still missing, so let's try and get our friends back. We are ready to start a very interesting session which is entitled, Do Awards and Recognitions Help? Ladies and gentlemen, it promises to be a very engaging and interesting discussion. May I request you all to please take your seats as quickly as possible. And a gentle reminder to either switch off those cell phones or put them on silent mode. We're now ready to start the post-tea session. May I once again request members of the audience who are still standing to please take their seats. Do awards and recognitions help? This session is being chaired by Dr. Jessica Sanger, representing Boston-Verein, Germany. In this session, we have the keynote speaker, Ms. Jennifer Clement. She is President, PEN International Mexico. In this session, the session chair will also be having conversation with Prix Voltaire recipients 2017 and Prix Voltaire recipient 2018. We can see members of the audience trickling slowly and slowly. So I now take the pleasure of inviting the esteemed chairperson, Dr. Jessica Sanger, to join us on stage. Let's put our hands together and give her a warm welcome. With that, I also take the pleasure of inviting on stage the keynote speaker, Ms. Jennifer Clement. So we have heard the topic of the discussion. It's time to introduce the esteemed chair. Dr. Sanger is Director for European and International Affairs at Boston-Verein, the German Publishers Association. She's a lawyer and has been working for 8 years with Boston-Verein, and she looks after the interests of the organization at the international level, involving lobbying, policymaking, and various other levels as well. She is member of the IPA's Freedom to Publish Committee also. So once again, a warm welcome to both of you, and I now request the esteemed chair to take the session forward.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction and invitation. It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to chair this, our first Freedom to Publish session at this Congress. As a member of the IPA's Freedom to Publish Committee, of course, freedom of expression is close to my heart, as I know it is to many publishers across the world. And in the process of reflecting on our work in this committee, and part of that work, as you know, is awarding the Prix Voltaire, we feel we ought to ask ourselves the question as to what we are doing. Is it working? Are we doing the right thing? And hence the topic of this session, do awards and prizes help? The Turkish writer Asli Erdoğan was recently quoted as saying that during the period she spent in prison recently, international solidarity probably saved my life. And that, of course, is what we hope that prizes like this can achieve, to show support and perhaps even change the situation of their recipients for the better. So are we achieving this? Are we achieving this aim of supporting publishers, authors, and defending freedom to publish? And are there other things we ought to be doing? So I'm delighted that today we're bringing together here a panel of people who have first-hand experience of this, so who are the experts who can tell us more about how to answer this question. I shall be introducing my panelists now, and then we'll move to Jennifer's keynote speech. Jennifer Clement is the president of PEN International. She is an acclaimed writer with a background in English and French literature as well as anthropology. She holds an MFA in fiction. She's the author of 4 novels and 4 books of poetry as well as a memoir. And she's been translated into 30 languages, been shortlisted for numerous prizes, and has also received a number of awards. Between 2009 and 2012, she was the president of PEN Mexico, where she lives. And during that time, she was involved particularly with the plight of journalists who disappeared and with the situation of journalists in Mexico, which is very serious. In her fiction, she has also written about the abduction of young girls in Mexico, highlighting another area of serious concern. So we very much look forward to her keynote in a moment. Before we move to that, I would like to ask the other panelists to join us. And I'll be introducing first Elif Günay. And there she comes. I can't see anything from up here. And Javid Necip-Tarhan and Yonca Chingöz, please join us up here. And welcome them, please. Thank you. Our panelists are here in the context of the Prix Voltaire. And the Prix Voltaire 2017 was awarded jointly to an individual publisher and a publishing house from Turkey. And last year, the prize thus focused on the deterioration of the situation of freedom of expression in that part of Europe. Elif Günay is the daughter of Turhan Günay, who for many years was the editor of the Cumhuriyet book supplement, very important publication for the Turkish literary world. And in 2009, Turhan reminded his readers of the many books that were burned during a military coup of the 1980s, when he saw 135,000 books from his publishing house burnt. He was arrested in October 2017 and wrongly accused of supporting terrorists. After his release in 2017, he is still prevented from traveling, and that's why it is Elif who today is joining us and who in September last year received the prize in his place. Javid Necip-Tarhan is also a recipient of the 2017 Prix Voltaire. He represents the publishing house Evrensel, and this publishing house had a very diverse catalogue, presenting Turkish readers with a broad range of views and voices in many languages. Unusually, this publishing house published in, I believe, 6 different languages. And unfortunately, in October 2016, around the same time as Turhan Günay was arrested, Evrensel was closed down. It was one of 30 publishing houses in Turkey to be closed down. Its assets were seized and all jobs were lost. This is all part of the aftermath of the failed coup in Turkey. Again, accusations of the support of groups, enemies of the state, are part of the discussion here. And the Prix Voltaire of 2017 honors the achievements of these individuals and this publishing house, but is also symbolic for what happened to many individuals and companies in Turkey at this time. Sitting next to Cavit is Yonca Cingöz from the Turkish Publishers Association. She is an esteemed fellow member of the Freedom to Publish Committee and is kindly going to interpret for Cavit today. Joining us via Skype, we have Angela Gui. Angela is the daughter of Gui Minhai, this year's Prix Voltaire recipient. Gui Minhai was the publisher of Mighty Current Publishing House and owned a bookstore, Causeway Bay Books, in Hong Kong. He is a Swedish citizen who disappeared from Thailand in 2015 and reappeared in detention in China in 2016. He was apparently freed last year, but was unable to make contact with the world outside China, and was very recently arrested again this past January. Angela has been campaigning for his release ever since he disappeared. So welcome, Angela, and welcome everyone here on the panel. I very much look forward to this session. As I mentioned, we'll be starting with Jennifer's keynote, then we will have a discussion up here on stage and via Skype. And I would like to open the floor later on to questions from the audience. So please welcome Jennifer Clement, PEN International.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's very special to be in a place filled with publishers and in India, a country with a grand literary tradition and one that has contributed prodigious scientific knowledge to humanity. I want to say that coming from Mexico, and I think Hugo and I are the only Mexicans here, it's important to mention that we have a very special relationship with India because of Octavio Paz. So some of the greatest poems and texts that were written in Mexico in the 20th century are about India. So it's always very special to be here. I am the president of PEN International, an organization that was founded in 1921 to promote friendship, intellectual cooperation and exchange between writers from around the world. One of the founding values of PEN is that literature can and does play a significant role in developing mutual understanding and world culture. PEN also stands for freedom of expression and acts as a powerful voice on behalf of writers who are harassed, imprisoned, and even killed for their work. Since PEN was established almost 100 years ago, our members across the globe have been the voice of the silenced. In 1933, PEN led protests against the bonfires that the Nazi Party lit across Germany, burning thousands of books that they decided were impure, and appealed to end religious and political imprisonment. The PEN Charter was drafted in direct response to these events, to establish and remind all our members that we each have a personal responsibility to resist all hatred, to counter discriminatory narratives, injustice, and the censorship of government critics. PEN is the world's oldest and largest international literary organization. There are over 140 autonomous PEN centers in more than 100 countries. While PEN originally stood for poets, essayists, and novelists, our membership has grown to include a broader understanding of the word writer, including playwrights, publishers, translators, academics, and journalists. In our almost 100 years of standing in defense of freedom of expression, we understand the importance of recognizing those individuals who continue to write and speak out despite the risks they face. Every year, PEN gives the Oxfam Novib PEN Award for Free Expression at The Hague in recognition and celebration of such individuals. This award serves not only to honor bravery, but also, in some cases, it acts as a shield, a mantle, and protection, as if recognition were a sanctuary. It does not always work. Prizes can be complex. Shortly after the great Chinese poet Liu Xiaobo was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2010, while in prison, his wife, the poet Liu Xia, was placed under arrest without being charged with any crime. Last year, Xiaobo was released from prison after spending 8 years behind bars, just to die days later in hospital. I will never forget the 2010 image of the chairman of the Norwegian Nobel Committee, Thorbjørn Jagland, standing beside an empty chair graced by Liu Xiaobo's medal and diploma. You may know that the empty chair is significant to PEN. It is a symbol we use in all our meetings to remember those writers who cannot be present because they are imprisoned, detained, disappeared, or killed. Xiaobo once said, "I hope I will be the last victim in China's long record of treating words as crimes." In voicing the great Chinese poet's name here, I praise the fact that the IPA Prix Voltaire has been awarded to Gui Minhai this year. PEN has campaigned tirelessly for him and other publishers kidnapped and jailed by China against the rule of law. We are happy to join hands with IPA to campaign together in defense of freedom of expression everywhere it is threatened, from China to Eritrea to Honduras to the United States. The first year that I presented the Oxfam Novib PEN Award for Free Expression, the recipients were the Egyptian poet Omar Hassek, who spent over 18 months in prison for peaceful protest, demanding justice for a man killed by security forces. Eritrean poet, journalist, and editor-in-chief Emmanuel Azrat, whose fate has been unclear since his arrest 16 years ago. And Turkish journalist Can Dündar, a member of PEN Turkey, who at that time was in pretrial detention in connection with his journalism. Not one of the recipients was present for the ceremony, just like it is today. Dündar was in jail. Azrat has been in jail since 1991 and remains in prison today, and his fate is unknown, while Hassek was barred from leaving Egypt as he attempted to travel to the Netherlands to attend the ceremony. In that room, the awards became a symbol of human bravery. In order to speak here today, I wrote to Turkish Kurdish novelist and lawyer Burhan Sönmez, who is a member of PEN's board, to ask him how such awards have affected the treatment of writers imprisoned in Turkey. He responded, "It's difficult to have a judgment about this question. My personal feeling is that a prize is not a strong shield to protect writers under Erdogan's regime. The Turkish and German journalist Deniz Yücel has been in prison for 1 year, and Ahmet Sik has received many prizes, but he has not been released since last year. But, Somes continues in his letter to me, on the other hand, we may assume that it helps. For example, Nesmiye Alpay and Asli Erdogan were released from prison on their first hearing at the court, thanks to the strong international solidarity, including prizes and honorary memberships to PEN centers. If I had not received the Václav Havel Prize last year, I might have been picked up in one of the arbitrary arrest campaigns. Who knows? Many writers who have been in prison have spoken about the fact that campaigns for their freedom, including awards, have a positive effect on the way they are treated in jail. Publishers can also and do play a key role in promoting and defending free expression. In 2001, PEN launched its Publishers Circle, consisting of publishers who wanted to support PEN's work. In 2013, our Publishers Circle supported the publication of the anthology Right Against Impunity, a protest against the culture of impunity for crimes against writers that prevails across Latin America. In July 2013, members of our Publishers Circle formed part of our delegation to Myanmar, charged with aiding research into the current state of the publishing industry in the country, investigating ways PEN can support Burmese writers and publishers, and carry out knowledge-sharing workshops with local publishing houses. Most recently, in January of last year, several members of our Publishers Circle joined PEN on a mission to Turkey, including Eva Bonnier, Ronald Blunden, and William Nygaard, in an act of solidarity with the publishers in Turkey who have been facing an unprecedented crackdown. Today, we have 24 global Publishers Circle members, and at PEN we believe that publishers are in a unique and strong position to defend freedom of expression. It is in this spirit that I challenge the IPA and everyone in this room to play an active role in defending freedom of expression in both China and beyond at a time when this fundamental human right is under grave threat. I'd also like to add here some of the discussions at this Congress center around copyright, that PEN has a copyright manifesto, which passed unanimously in our Congress in Orense in 2016. It was important that PEN, as the oldest and largest organization of writers, take a strong stand on copyright, and our manifesto is a document that can be used in a court of law or as advocacy. And we have many copies with Carles Dorner at this first table of our copyright manifesto if you're interested, as well as our women's manifesto, which I'll talk about in a minute. I am the first woman president of PEN International. Therefore, one of my missions has been to help women writers and explore how violence against women creates censorship. The immeasurable variety of violence that women face, from sex-selective abortion to stolen girls who are sold and trafficked, to female students at universities who are rated and slut-shamed on social media, one common result is that it silences the voices of women. The historic lack of freedom for women and girls has in the past and is also in the present day almost always defended by reference to culture, religion, and tradition. These arguments underscore that few groups have suffered greater violation of human rights in the name of culture than women. It is the extraordinary legacy of women writers and journalists that inspire us at PEN to continue fighting the many barriers women writers still face, whether that is censorship in the form of physical or emotional violence, a society where stereotypes, a society that stereotypes and marginalizes them, or a publishing industry that still sees women earning less, publishing less, and being reviewed less than their male peers. Because of this, PEN has created the PEN Women's Manifesto, which stands for nonviolence, safety, education, access, and parity. Even in countries where we think there is parity, there just simply isn't. The novelist and journalist Kamala Shamsi, an advisor on our manifesto, discovered that every woman who had won the Booker or the Pulitzer Prize, in every instance, her novel's protagonist had been a man. Almost every woman writer knows that if she writes about women, she will not win awards. Consciously and unconsciously, the female experience is considered less profound. Carolina Criado Perez, who was also an advisor on the PEN Women's Manifesto, created the campaign to have a woman, who is not the queen, on a British banknote. Criado Perez was so vilified, she had to shut down her social media accounts as she received so much hate mail that even included threats of rape and murder. Thanks to her, we now have Jane Austen's face on a 10-pound note this year. Thanks to, VIDA, an organization in the United States that tracks how many women's books are reviewed, the path to visibility, prestige, and literary prizes, has discovered grave problems, which include the fact that women writers, if reviewed, are usually reviewed by women, and their work is almost always compared to the work of another woman. The poet Grace Schulman, an expert on Marianne Moore, an American modernist poet, recently told me that Moore, who died in 1972, is always compared to Emily Dickinson, who died in 1886, almost 100 years earlier, instead of her male contemporaries. This is a global problem that also persists here. And one cannot be in India without remembering the brave journalist and editor, Gauri Lankesh, who was murdered on September 5th, 2017, a crime that remains unsolved. Lankesh fought injustice with words. Her killers had bullets. And since we are in India, we also must address the fact that in this year, India's government's annual economic survey, which was released on January 30th, just 2 weeks ago, claims that more than 63 million women are missing across India, and more than 21 million are unwanted by their families. The challenge of gender is long-standing, probably going back millennia, wrote the report's author, Chief Economic Advisor Arvind Subramanian, noting that India must confront the societal preference for boys. I feel the deepest sorrow at the loss of these girls' voices, stories, their lives. PEN's Women's Manifesto speaks to this sorrow and ends with these words: humanity is both wanting and bereft without the full and free expression of women's creativity and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. That was inspiring. I'm going to move directly to Angela now because I'm conscious of time and I know that she can't be with us for the entire session. Angela, what is your father's situation at the moment? Can you update us?
Thanks for having me. So there have been quite a few disturbing updates in my father's case over this past month, actually. So at the very beginning of the session, you alluded to his latest arrest in January this year, which was around 3 weeks ago now. He was on a train from Ningbo, which is a coastal city close to Shanghai, where he had been in a loose form of house arrest after being nominally released from detention. And he was on this train to Beijing because he had developed some neurological problems while in custody that he was going to have examined by a Swedish doctor that was going to be flown in to see him and examine him at the Swedish embassy in Beijing. And so he was traveling in the company of 2 diplomats. But even so, he was seized and carried out on the platform by 10 people in plain clothes who said that they were police, but they didn't show a warrant. I think the latest twist in this story, so to speak, has been a so-called interview with my father, published on Friday, so only 2 days ago, in which he is quite clearly forced to say that he has been led astray by Swedish diplomats, and that they have made him get involved. They've made him engage in trafficking in state secrets with them. So there are a lot of questions to be asked here. I mean, what state secrets could he possibly have known, having been in incommunicado detention for 2 years? So there are still a lot of question marks as to what his actual legal status is. But all that I know at the moment is that he is in detention again. I've not heard anything from him. I don't know where he is. The charges that are probably going to be pressed against him suggest that he's probably going to be in detention, or at least in some kind of custody, for a long time.
Thank you. It's a very serious situation he finds himself in. I think part of this interview that was published also refers to the prize that he will be awarded tomorrow night at this Congress.
Yes.
What did he say, and what is your response to that?
Well, I don't think there can be any doubt that everything that he said in this. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know if you're hearing my phone vibrating.
We can hear you. No problem.
Sorry about that. But so as I said, I don't think there can be any reasonable doubt that everything that he said in this so-called interview was scripted by the people who are holding him at the moment, especially in terms of what he said about not wanting the Prix Voltaire. I know for a fact that is not his genuine wish. In addition to all of the other questionable statements that he made when he was nominally released in October 2015, after having served this alleged traffic crime sentence for which there is still no evidence. He was put in a police-managed flat in Ningbo, and I was actually allowed to speak to him rather frequently over Skype. And so he had actually managed to find out that he was shortlisted for this prize last year, and he was very happy about that. So it would be extremely unlikely for him to have suddenly changed his mind, even though that's clearly the narrative that is being portrayed in this interview. I think it's horrible that he's being made he's being made to play this role, or to put on this performance again, which is now the third time that he's been made to do so publicly. In case, I mean, I shouldn't really have to even say this, but there is no reason why anyone should believe that what he's saying is reflecting his genuine wish or his genuine feelings about the situation.
That's extremely worrying. Is there, I mean, we're awarding him the prize tomorrow. Is there anything that we should be doing over the next weeks? How do you view the impact of this prize, or again, are there other things we should be doing to support you in your campaign and hopefully help improve his situation and finally get him released if we can?
In terms of the impact, the possible impact of this prize, it's obviously, I mean, I think that's a very important and interesting question, but it's always difficult to speculate what exact impact it's going to have, especially because one of the most significant features of Chinese law enforcement at the moment is that it's increasingly opaque. So whether it will have any direct influence, I don't know. However, I will say that in my experience from him being awarded other prizes in the past, I think a prize, especially such a significant one as this one, certainly helps in terms of public opinion, and it certainly helps legitimize my father's work. I don't know if this is something that seems difficult to grasp at this point, but actually, especially at the beginning of my advocacy efforts in 2015, there was actually quite a lot of doubt surrounding the exact type of literature that my father was publishing in literary circles. So the literature has been called, at best it's been called social and political commentary or criticism, and at worst it's been called baseless gossip. And so I think, and obviously there are lots of things to be said about those opinions, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it. But obviously, the context in which these books were being read needs to be taken into account, I think, and one of the main customer bases that they had was people from the mainland who might have never read anything critical before in their lives. These aren't people who are going to pick up a government report as their first point of contact with critical literature. So I do think that the literature that my dad did publish served a very vital function in Hong Kong society and in Chinese language resistance to dictatorship, and to all of the horrible things that means for the people of China. And so I think that being awarded a prize as significant as this one really adds that legitimacy and really reinforces that importance. And in terms of what can be done to help, that is also a very difficult question, because there is so little information about what is going on. I must be honest and say that I am not entirely sure how to proceed in my own advocacy efforts. But of course, I think using the channels that are available to the IPA to exert pressure, I think is very important. I mean, I know that this is something that's been discussed previously, but I think it's something that perhaps needs to be revised, especially in terms of, in light of recent events. You know, why is the Chinese Publishers Association allowed to be part of the IPA? How is this defensible from the point of view of the IPA's values?
A very important question, which we've been discussing for a while. Thank you for that. Is there anything else you would like to leave with us at this point, or any other question you would like to put to any of the panelists?
Not that I could think of, unless anybody wants to ask me anything.
We do have microphones in the room. Is there any specific question to Angela at this point, or anyone on the panel? In that case, Angela, thank you so much for your... Oh, there's somebody who's waving. I'm sorry, I can't see very well. We do have one question for you, Angela. Hold on just a moment. The microphone is being taken. Yeah,
Thank you very much for sharing with us what is going on there and sharing your thoughts.
Can you briefly identify yourself first? Thank you.
I'm Brian Wafaro. I'm with the Publishers Association of South Africa, and I'm also on the IPA exec. I certainly agree that awards like this go a long way in legitimizing the work and also galvanizing support for the work that authors like your father do. And I also know that when this award was given to Jonathan Shapiro in South Africa, it led after that to the dropping of some of the charges and the lawsuit against him. But I have often wondered whether with incorrigible regimes, confirming the good work that authors like this do hardens the position, and probably for the individual leads to further hardship. Through this question, I'm not suggesting at all, I cannot envisage a situation where we stop acknowledging people because of how a regime would react, but I just wanted to find out if there have been cases or if there is a feeling that for the individual, sometimes the position is quite hardened and the reaction becomes a little more severe. Thank you.
I think that's a very important and interesting question, and it's something that I've been battling with for over 2 years now. There ought to, I mean, in all these cases, to some extent, probably there ought to be a balance, I suppose, between advocacy efforts that will make noise and garner attention, and efforts that might still leave room for a way out, so to speak, for the regime. And of course, this is something that I've been doing a lot of thinking about, and I've tried both ways in my own advocacy efforts, and I think that there is always that risk. Especially in the beginning, I was very worried about politicizing my father's case too much, even though it was very obvious from the very beginning that it was a political case. I was very aware that speaking about it as such and profiling it as such in the media might have the effect of making it more difficult for him to be released anytime soon. But then time passed, and I think that especially in the case of China, if one allows the world to forget about a case or a person, that then opens up more avenues for them to mistreat that person. I don't believe that if somebody is being detained with a political motive, there exists an incentive to let them go just because it might be convenient. There is a reason they were taken in the first place. And so I think I've decided, at least for now, that being as loud as possible and shining as much light as possible on what has happened to my father and what exact violations of both international law and human rights that have been involved in his multiple arrests and disappearances will hopefully help towards putting pressure on the Chinese and towards making the detention of my father uncomfortable in terms of their public image. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. I think Jennifer would like to comment.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we discuss a lot in PEN, and the way that we handle it is that obviously people come to us with cases all the time. So we only take cases where hopefully we can speak to the writer, and if we can't speak to the writer, we try and speak always to somebody in their family to authorize us to take the case. And if that's not possible, then we try and get confirmation from the writer's lawyer. So we would never take a case without having gone through those steps, because you just don't know if you could create more harm than good.
Well, Angela, thank you very much. The Freedom to Publish Committee will definitely be in close contact with you and taking advice from you on how best to support you. And I realize that you've got to go now, but thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we know that it's by no means only about China, and Jennifer mentioned a number of cases and countries where freedom of expression is under serious pressure. But as I introduced the other panelists to you earlier, I think we should focus on their experiences now with the Prix Voltaire. Elif, your father was awarded the prize last year. What's your experience? Has that publicity helped? Has the prize had the desired effect? What would you say?
Well, my father may be one of the positive examples of the effect of this prize, because he was in his trial when he learned that he had won the prize, and he had been in prison for 9 months, and it was his first hearing, and I had to shout the news to him through the military police that he had won the prize. And it was in the newspapers after that. It was in the mainstream newspapers as well, which is a rare thing in these types of situations. And 2 days after that, he was released with 6 of his friends. I'm not sure if it directly affected the outcome of the trial, but it may. I don't know. But it just doesn't have to be giving awards. The recognition itself is just as important, I think, because in Turkey we cannot do anything because we face the threat of going to prison ourselves. It's the same with the institutions and the citizens. And so people from the world, if the people from the world can make our voices to be heard, like IPA's Prix Voltaire, it's really important for us, because otherwise nobody can know what's going on, because nobody talks about it, nobody writes about it in Turkey. So it's the only way to make ourselves be heard, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. Javid, does the same go for you? What's your experience since the prize in Evrensel?
Merhaba. Ödüle gidiş iki yönlü. Bir ödül almak için o ülkede karalanmanız ya da haksız ürettiğiniz şeyle, yayınlarla cezalandırılmanız gerekiyor.
Having an award from Turkey has two ways. One is that you have to be karalanma.
Evet.
To put under pressure first because of your publications, and you have to be punished for. There should be an intention to punish you for your publications.
Sonra uluslararası ödüller, işte Voltaire ödülü ya da işte yazarların tutuklanması, yayıncıların gözaltına alınması, kapatılması, yayıncılığın durdurulması ikinci bir alan açıyor. Ödül alıyorsunuz ve bir baskı unsuru oluşmaya başlıyor.
And the second aspect of having this award is that when you have this award in a context that the publishing houses are closed and the publishing is getting under more and more pressure, then there is this space opening, a new space opening for you with this award.
Birincisinde devlet sizi itibarsızlaştırmak için cezayı veriyor. İkincisinde ödülü aldığınızda siz onurlanıyorsunuz ve devletin size çektirdiği eziyet ödül veren kurumlar tarafından hem sizi onurlandırıyor hem de size ceza veren devleti halini, ahvalini, daha doğrusu durumunu ortaya seriyor.
While the state is trying to put more pressure on you, with this award, you are honored and you have the power now to show what the state does to you and to all the people who are in the same position like you.
Daha görünür olmaya başlıyorsunuz kamuoyunda. Yani sizi belki bilmeyen, tanımayan milyonlarca insan vardır o ülkede. Yeniden bu ödülle siz gündeme gelmiş oluyorsunuz. Artık sizi tanıyorlar, biliyorlar sizin nasıl bir yayın yaptığınızı, neler yaptığınızı net bir şekilde görmüş oluyor. Bu da büyük bir avantaj sağlıyor ödül almak ve sonuçlar açısından.
A very big advantage of the award is that you become more public by this award, facing the Turkish people, the public in general. There are millions of people maybe who don't know you before the award and what you do, what kind of publications you have, what kind of effort you are in, and after the award they know you much better and what you do, how you give effort. So it's a big advantage.
Her yıl Türkiye Yayıncılar Birliği 20 yıldır Türkiye'de basın yayınlama özgürlüğü ödülleri veriyor. Tabii ki bu kendisi açısından, Yayıncılar Birliği açısından Türkiye'de 20 yıldır özgürlüklerin, yayınlama özgürlüğünün çok sıkıntılı olduğunu, büyük sıkıntılar yaşandığında bir göstergesidir.
For over 20 years, Turkish Publishers Association is giving Freedom of Thought and Expression Awards. Of course, this implies that there are serious problems all these years in this area of freedom to publish in Turkey. This is one implication of these awards.
Büyük bir sahiplenme gösteriyor, destek veriyor ödüllerle. Hem dayanışmayı güçlendiriyor, yayıncılar arasında, yazarlar arasında onu daha güçlü kılıyor. Hem de ülkedeki özgürlüklerin, yayınlama özgürlüklerinin tarihi, işte kitapçıya, ceza verilen bir yazara, yayıncıya verdiği ödüllerle bu dayanışmayı güçlü bir şekilde ortaya serebiliyor.
On the other hand, this awards of the IPA supports the efforts of individual publishers and strengthens the solidarity between publishers and between public and publishers, these publishers. And it also shows, it also makes a history of the pressure and also the resistance of the publishers facing this pressure in Turkey.
Ya kısacası tanınır ve görünür değilseniz bile verilen ödüllerle tanınır ve görünür olabiliyorsunuz.
In short, even if you are not very visible
before these awards. Thanks to this kind of awards, you become more visible and you become more well known and well appreciated.
Thank you. Javed, what would you say is the current situation in Turkey? What has the development over the past few months been? And where do you see publishing and publishers in shaping public opinion, perhaps, in Turkey?
Türkiye'de tabii ki Burhan Sönmez'in dediği gibi hiçbir şeyin şu anda net yanıtını veremiyoruz. Bugün ne yarına ne olacak, neler oluyor, ne tür gelişmelerle karşı karşıyayız. Bunun yanıtını çok net olarak vermek çok güç şu an için.
As Burhan Sönmez also said, for Turkey right now it's very hard to answer any of these kind of questions in terms of the future, what will happen next, and to comment on the current situation in general.
Buraya gelmeden bir gün önce 7 gazetecinin tutuklandığı basına yansıdı zaten. Gazetecilerin tutuklanması, baskı altına alınması, düşünce ve ifade açısından bir sansür kanununun işte hazırlanması zaten var ama bir sansür kanunun bile bugünkü haliyle daha ağır bir şekilde karşı karşıya kalacağımız durumun bir göstergesidir.
In general, for example, one day before we were arriving here, there was a news article in the media that 7 more journalists were imprisoned. So all these examples, all these news show us that a period is coming with more pressure, more censorship, and worse conditions.
Sosyal medya hesaplarına savaşa hayır dediği için Twitter, sosyal işte Facebook, Twitter'dan sadece bunu yazdıkları için savaşa hayır, barış istiyorum diye yazanların evleri basılıyor, tutuklanıyor, gözaltına alınıyor ve cezaevine gönderiliyor.
Those citizens, all those people who only make a tweet or use social media to say no to war or I want peace, these kind of messages are also a reason right now for sending them to jail, to make police raids to their houses and to punish these people.
It's quite stunning when the wish for peace or the denouncement of war is already a situation, a statement that can put you in danger. I wonder how we can continue to support you. We've been trying to do that since we've awarded the prize. Are there more things we could be doing going forward?
Destek açısından tabii ki ya bizi mutlu eden hem Voltaire ödülleri açısından hem de ülkemizde işte meslek birliğimizin, yayıncılar birliğinin, dağıtımcımızdan tutun da birçok işte sendikaların, yazarlar sendikası, PEN vesaire gibi örgütlerin desteğini aldık. Bunlar bizi mutlu ediyor, fazlasıyla mutlu ediyor. Bizler bağımsız yayıncılarız. Belki de en gelişkin olan yerlerden birinde yaşıyoruz. Bağımsız yayıncılığın en gelişkin olduğu yerlerden birisidir Türkiye.
Both Voltaire Prize and also the prizes and all kinds of support, the NGOs and the unions and the people, the stakeholders like distributors and printers and everybody we work with, these supports make us very happy. And because we are independent publishers and we are living in a country where independent publishing is very, very strong. It's a unique example maybe.
Bağımsız yayıncılar desteklenmelidir. Örneğin biz yeni bir yayın evi kurarak yeniden ayaklarımız üzerine dikildik ve yayıncılığa başladık. Şimdi buradan evet dostlarımızın mektupları, ödülleri, selamları bizleri daha güçlü kılmıştır. Ama bugün buradaki delegelere bir çağrı yapmak, bağımsız yayıncıları desteklemelerini, bir sürü telif anlaşmaları yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Bir sürü ajansla, yayıncıyla görüşüp yeniden iş yapmaya, yeniden kitap basmaya çalışıyoruz. Çünkü biz bu işi çok seviyoruz, kitap basmayı çok seviyoruz. Bundan dolayı zorluk çıkarmak değil, kolaylaştırmak, yardımcı olmak. Örneğin görüşmelerde daha destek veren, telif anlaşmalarında bu tür, daha doğrusu işte bizim başımıza gelen durumdan dolayı mağdur olan yayıncılara bu desteği, bu kolaylığı sağlamak ve çağrıyı buradan yapmak istiyorum. Bunun için de teşekkür ediyorum. Buraya davet ettiğiniz için kongreye de başarılar diliyorum. Sağ olun.
I want to give the message that the independent publishers should be supported. We now founded a new publishing house and we standed up and restarted publishing. This is our new way of resistance, and I want to make a call for the delegates here. Please support the independent publishers by making it easier for these kind of publishers who give effort for freedom to publish or who have been harmed by the governments in their agreements and in all their process of going on this business. This is my final message for all the audience here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javed. Thank you for that very direct appeal to the audience here. Jennifer, I think you have experience of prizes and bestowing prizes in Mexico from your time at Penn Mexico. Would you like to tell us a little more about that?
So when I was elected, president of Penn Mexico, already we were in a very tremendous situation with so many journalists being killed. And sadly, it doesn't stop. We've already had 2 journalists killed this year. But what I sort of realized that I wanted to try and create was a campaign of shame, because actually one of the things that really does change things is shame. And so what I did was, on one hand, created prizes that would, in a sense, protect the journalists who were at risk, but also it created greater shame if something happened to the journalist on the government. And another thing that was extremely important about the campaign of shame was it was very important to change a law. In Mexico, the killing of a journalist was a state crime, which often meant that the people that had perpetrated the crime were investigating the crime. So it was very important that that be changed to be a federal, something that the federal government could go in and investigate. So many NGOs had tried to change the law, Amnesty International, Article 19, CPJ, all the major journalist organizations, and nobody had been able to change the law. But the thing that's so extraordinary about Penn, and this speaks to the campaign of shame, is that in Penn, you can immediately have sort of all the intellectuals of the world behind you. So immediately I was able to go to the Senate with a letter signed by all the presidents of Penn Centers of the world, all the writers who had won both the Nobel and the Literature Prize, all the Swedish Academy, and to be able to go with a letter to the Senate that said, you must change this law. That kind of intellectual gravitas from the whole world allowed this to happen. So between the prizes and this extraordinary strength that Penn has, we were able to change that law. So now in Mexico, killing a journalist is a federal crime.
It's a fantastic achievement. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I think it's time for us to open up for questions from the floor. I can't see you very well, but I'll do my best to pick out anyone who may want to raise their hand and ask a question of one of our panelists. Or is everybody ready for drinks and dinner now? Elif would like to make another comment, certainly.
I have something to say about the situation in Turkey right now, about the journalists. My father was released, but there are almost 150 journalists and writers still imprisoned in Turkey. And in Cumhuriyet's case, the High Criminal Court sees these cases, the journalists and writers' cases, and they all applied to the Constitutional Court and the European Court of Human Rights because of unjust imprisonment. And the Constitutional Court just decided last month, after 1.5 years, but the High Criminal Court, which is a lower court than the Constitutional Court, refused to implement the decision. And this is a first in Turkey's history. And I think the only hope that we have right now is the European Court of Human Rights for the release of the journalists and the writers. So maybe international organizations can help raising awareness for the European Council. They can also become a third party in these cases because NGOs can in the European Court of Human Rights. I don't know the legal side of it, of course, but maybe that could be an option to help.
That's a very interesting suggestion, so that an NGO could come in to the proceedings before the European Court of Human Rights with supporting opinion.
Yeah, they can just write a petition for it, and then because there aren't any hearings in the ECHR, they just go through the cases in a council, but they can be a third party in the case. Now it's between the Turkish government and the journalists, and the NGOs, any NGOs can become a third party for both sides.
Well, thank you for that suggestion. I see a hand. I see a hand, and there's a microphone.
Thank you. Hugo Setzer, Vice President of IPA. A while ago, we were talking about the importance of collaboration. And Jennifer, it's great that you could be here in this Congress, that you are here personally and that you are representing PEN International. And speaking about collaboration, how do you see this collaboration between PEN and IPA for the future going forward?
Well, we have collaborated with IPA on campaigns of freedom of expression, but we have never not expressed what Angela expressed. In PEN, we have very strict rules about who we take money from, and so, for example, we would be unable to take money from any organization that was backed by the Chinese government's funding. And this goes for many countries. So it is a problem for us. Does that answer your question?
Anyone else? Yes.
However, I will make a little plug, though. We would love the publishers to come and join our circle as independent publishers. That would be wonderful, yes, as many are part of our publishers circle.
Go ahead.
I'm Carlos Tourné, I'm the director of PEN International, and I have asked the floor before the question by Hugo to Jennifer, simply to explain that PEN International at present has brought, together with other organizations, 10 cases in relation to Turkey in front of the European Court of Human Rights. So we have a permanent, we have an agreement with the European Council, and we're using it to put forward those cases. It's very important because the day we will have the first rulings by the European Court of Human Rights on the several cases, you can imagine what does it mean 150 journalists in prison. That means 150 trials that we have to follow, we have to support the writer, the family, the publisher. It's really a huge work. The day that the European Court will have its first ruling on the situation, the whole panorama, we hope, will change in Turkey. We're doing the same at the level of the United Nations. So we, in front of the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, we denounce the situation in countries like Turkey, like China, and we report. So in that sense, I think that we can work together also with the IPA so that we collect the best information possible about all publishers who are threatened, whose freedom to publish is not respected, and we can move forward having common campaigns in front of all those international institutions.
Thank you. I see another hand at the center of the room. Is there a microphone, please? Yes, it's on its way.
Good evening, everyone. This is Kumar, representing SIA Publishers, southern part of India, Hyderabad. My question to you, sir, Mr. Javed, sir. Recently, just a while before, I heard an eminent panelist telling us when there is distraction, there is a scope. I would like to know, is there any opportunity from the Indian publishers doing our part of job, publishing their articles from India? Is it possible? And any collaboration opportunities available with the Turkish writers and authors? Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much.
Aslında biraz önce en son söylediğim dayanışma ve desteği bir kez daha tekrarlamak isterim. Olağanüstü, yani bu desteklerin olağanüstü bir şey oluyor, moral ve sevindirici bir taraf oluyor. Ama biz artık sadece biz değil, bütün bağımsız yayıncıların ve yazarların desteklenmesi için biraz daha somutlamak, biraz daha somut adımları atmak. Örneğin biraz önce dedim ki biz yeni bir yayın evi kurduk. İşte bir yazar kitapları toplatılmıştır. Yeni kitaplar çıkarmaya hazırlanıyordur. Teliflerde, anlaşmalarda, sözleşmelerde kolaylıklar sağlanması, destek verilmesinin çağrısını yaptım. Bu çok somut adımlardır. Örneğin istersen buraya şey yap.
Okay, at this point I can once again make my call for this solidarity and support, as I suggested before. In these extraordinary times, of course, all kinds of support messages it has a very positive effect on us as independent publishers. But I believe that there should be found some more solid ways also to support these companies and also writers. For example, a writer's books can be seized and she or he can be in preparation of a new book, and a foreign publisher can support this publishing house or this writer by helping in the process of copyright agreements and in this process of correspondence.
30 yıllık bir yayın eviydik. 700 başlık ürettik. Milyonlarca kitap bastık. Yayın evimizin bütün varlıklarına taşınır taşınmaz her şeyine el koydular. Yani özel mülkiyet hakkı, özel mülkiyetin kutsallığı, kendilerinin savunduğu, öteden beri savunduğu şeyi ilkeyi kendileri ihlal ettiler. Sizin her şeyinizi, iğneden ipliğe her şeyinizi aldılar. Bunun için Hindistan Yayıncılar Birliği, Federasyonu hem Türk Devleti'nin bize uyguladığı bu yaptırımları hem sözlü olarak protesto etmelidir, yazılı olarak protesto etmelidir. Gerekli kurumlara, mercilere, düşünce ve ifade özgürlüğüyle ilgili sorun yaşayan, içeriye cezaevine atılan gazetecilere, yazarlara desteği ve sesi vermelidir, yükseltmelidir. Bu ses yükselmediği sürece dayanışma hep cılız kalacaktır. Tabii ki gösterilmesi gereken kolaylıklar vesaire bunlar işin bir yanı. Ama güçlü bir ses çıkmadığı sürece pervasızca bize saldıracaklar, tutuklayacaklar, gözaltına alacaklar, yayın evlerimizi kapatacaklar, susturmak için. Çünkü özel ve çok dilli yayıncılık yapan bir yayın eviydik. Sesimizi kesmek için bu tür yöntemleri ön plana çıkardılar. Desteği hiç esirgemeyin, sözünüzü esirgemeyin, gücünüzü de esirgemeyin. Teşekkür ederim.
We were a 30 years old publishing house with over 700 titles, and we published millions of copies of books. And they have taken basically everything we had, all our properties, and this sacredness of private property that they themselves defend. It was all violated in our case, in every similar cases in this period. And they took everything. So FIP and any other publishing association and all the stakeholders can protest in written and oral forms about all these violations in Turkey, and they can raise their voice against this pressure and preventions of free publishing in Turkey, because a strong voice is the only way to stop these violations. Because we were a special and multilingual publishing house, our forced closure was a way to silence us, actually, and to prevent this to happen to any other is to raise your voice, basically.
Thank you very much. I think it's time for us to close. I think what we've heard about the focus on two particular countries is very serious. I think we all have some food for thought for this evening. But I think we all know that this is a global problem. We see violations of freedom of expression happening across the world, sometimes in countries where we wouldn't have expected that to happen in that same way, maybe just a few years ago. At the same time, our responses are going to have to be tailored to every individual case and every individual's situation if we want to support publishers and authors out there to express themselves, sometimes to be released from detention. And I think there's another important message that I've understood today, that if, as an association, we're going to engage in doing that, if we're going to be able to do that successfully, we need credibility. So thank you all panelists for your valuable contributions, and I wish everybody a very pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Chairperson, for chairing this session. And before we conclude, I take the pleasure of now inviting on stage Mr. Ratnesh Jha, Managing Director, Cambridge University Press. May I request him to please join us on stage and kindly present a memento to the esteemed chair. We'd like to thank our esteemed Chair, Dr. Jessica Sanger. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jha, for joining us on stage. May I now invite Mr. Vikas Gupta, MD Wiley India, to kindly present a memento to our esteemed panelists. Ms. Jennifer Clement. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for joining us on stage to do the honors. Thank you, Mr. Jha, for joining us on stage to present the memento. With that, we conclude this session, and we would also like to thank the pre-Voltaire recipients 2017 and 2018 for having joined us here. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very special ceremony that we're going to witness just now. May I request you all to please take your seats. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we call it a day, we would like to tell you all that we are very proud that a Lifetime Achievement Award is being conferred by the Federation of Indian Publishers to Mr. Peter Wiley, Chairman John Wiley & Sons, USA. Let's give a huge round of applause. And to applaud and honor our winner, I have the pleasure of inviting on stage His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Al-Ameri, Chairman, Sharjah Book Authority, UAE. Let's have a huge round of applause, please. Let's not be stingy with our applause.
It's a surprise.
Why don't you join us center stage? And I also take the pleasure of inviting the entire organizing committee of IPA Congress 2018, starting with Mr. N.K. Mehta, Mr. Ashok K. Ghosh, Mr. Ashok Gupta, Mr. Naveen Gupta, Ms. Monica Malhotra Kandhari, Mr. Ramesh K. Mittal, Mr. Pranav Gupta. May I request them all to please join us on stage as well.
The name is Mehra, not Mehta. ये तो अलग कर देना एक्सक्यूज ये पकड़ो
Ladies and gentlemen, there they are on the stage. Mr. Peter Wiley, Chairman John Wiley & Sons, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al-Ameri, and the entire organizing committee of IPA Congress 2018, working relentlessly to make this event a big success. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and may I request for a standing ovation, starting with Mr. N.K. Mehra, Dr. Ashok K. Ghosh, Dr. Ashok Gupta, Mr. Naveen Gupta, Ms. Monica Malhotra Kandhari, Mr. Ramesh K. Mittal, and Mr. Pranav Gupta. Working tirelessly and non-stop, shaping the event and making it a big success. Credit goes to you all. And our congratulations to Mr. Wiley. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the formal part of the first day of the proceedings of this International Congress. However, the evening continues. We have dinner, which is being sponsored by S. Chand Group of Companies. So please do not forget to join us. So we would be delighted to welcome you all to an evening of a scintillating cultural program along with dinner and drinks. So please do not forget to join us 7:30 p.m. onwards in this same hall. And of course, I would like to remind you all that we also have a whole day of exciting deliberations ahead tomorrow. So don't forget to join us once again tomorrow morning as well at 10 a.m. sharp when we start tomorrow's proceedings. Meanwhile, once again to remind you all that there is dinner and drinks. The dinner is sponsored by esteemed sponsors, S. Chand Group of Companies, and a cultural program which will be presented for all of you today evening, 7:30 onwards. So don't forget to join us and have a great evening. Thank you.
I request once again to all of you wonderful people to kindly take your seats and settle down as we are about to start in just a few seconds. Thank you so much. Second IPA Congress dinner hosted by S. Chand Group. S. Chand Group is a leading educational content company of India and has been in existence since 1939. S. Chand is present across three segments: early learning, K-12 and higher education, covering the education life cycle. S. Chand is a dominant player in K-12 content and cover around 40,000 schools and over 30 million students through Pan-India network of 6,000 channel partners. Its product portfolio includes printed learning material, digitally enabled books, smart class solutions, learning management systems, curriculum management, test preparation platforms, STEM learning, and e-books. Products are sold under various reputed sub-brands, including S. Chand Publishing, Madhuban Educational Books, New Saraswati House, Chaya Prakashini, DS Digital, Milestone, Smartivity, etc. In May 2017, S. Chand became the second educational content company to get listed on the Indian bourses. The S. Chand Group continues to innovate and work towards its vision of being the largest educational content company in India and provide high-quality learning material to schools and students. Let's put our hands together and give a huge round of applause to S. Chand Group, everybody. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Managing Director, S. Chand Group. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. I'd like to invite Mr. Saurabh Mittal, Group CFO, S. Chand Group. Let's put our hands together for him. I'd like to now invite Mr. Coleman, President, IPA. A huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Mr. Ashok Ghosh, Chairman, Organizing Committee, IPA Congress. Let's put our hands together for him. And last but not the least, I'd like to invite Mr. N.K. Mehra, President, FIP. Let's put our hands together and give him a huge round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful corporate film on S. Chand Group. Let's all take a look.
We are S. Chand Group, a leading Indian education content company.
S. Chand has been associated with the education industry for over 7 decades now. Our focus remains to be in providing meaningful content to students and teachers alike to increase their learning process.
We have a pan-India presence and a deep market reach, providing content to all our customers in India, having 700 strong sales team and having more than 5,600 distributors in this country.
For several decades, S. Chand Group is working in the field of education, introducing innovative initiatives at various levels, making it a destination for quality education.
We at S. Chand Group are into 3 business segments, namely K-12, higher education and early learning. We want to associate with the child from his or her early learning process and be with the child's total education life cycle.
The group constantly works towards developing quality content and educational innovations, focusing on investing and improving digital offering for its 53 prominent consumer brands. With fully automated integrated in-house printing units, the group maintains quality and creativity in designing and printing of the content, making it interactive and engaging for readers. We at S. Chand clearly understand the role and significance of content in holistic and educational programs. Hence, we develop interactive content for all our publications. Digital technology is revolutionizing the way we live and think and is acting as a catalyst of change. Going in sync with digital future, we have hybrid and digital content that enables the learners to study at their own pace, anywhere, anytime, making education seamless.
On the digital front, S. Chand has a comprehensive product offering which encompasses smart classes, device-based learning and mobile applications. We also invest in tech platforms which we believe can positively impact the learning outcomes.
From teacher workshops, training sessions, nationally and regionally, to celebrate the spirit of teaching, all our educational initiatives aim to broaden the horizons of our education system, fostering a change in the society as we strive to bring people and knowledge together.
We actively engage with educators in schools by conducting teacher workshops and conclaves to play a meaningful role in the educational ecosystem.
Moving ahead in this direction, S. Chand Group successfully organized 2 educational visits to Finland to explore the Finnish phenomenon in education and school leadership. 50 delegates comprising of school owners, leaders and administrators learned and experienced the effectiveness and quality of the Finnish education system. As we understand our role in building knowledge-based world through our initiatives, we are equally conscious about our social responsibility with strong belief of giving back to society. Chand Group has been conferred with various prestigious awards on national and global platform, making us one of the leading educational content companies in terms of revenue from operations. Adding another feather to its cap, Chand Group made its mark in the Indian stock market. With this, Chand & Company Limited has become the second education content company to be listed in India, with its 728.5 crore rupees IPO oversubscribed 60 times. Backed by seasoned professionals and educators, Chand Group is working relentlessly for several decades with dedication, commitment, values and focus on empowering minds. We are Chand Group, bringing people and knowledge together.
What great work they're doing, Chand Group. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now request Mr. Himanshu Gupta to say a few words to us. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you. A very good evening to all of you. I hope you're enjoying the evening. We are trying to do the best Indian hospitality we can. And there's a lot of activities here after this. There's a cultural program. So please enjoy that. So I'd like to formally thank everybody, especially the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Coleman, Mr. Ghosh, Mr. Mehra to be here, and my industry colleagues and friends. Thanks all of you to be here. On behalf of Chand Group, it gives me immense pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 32nd IPA Congress held in India, being held in India after 26 years. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Governing Council of FIP for giving us an opportunity to host this evening. Thank you, sir. Thank you. As you have just seen in the corporate video, I would like to mention just the key milestones that the company, the group, has done in the last 5 years. Today, Chand has grown from a family business and transformed itself into a professionally managed business with close to 4,000 employees in the group. Last year in May, as we had seen in the video, we got listed on the Indian Stock Exchange and raised approximately $125 million through the IPO. This was the second company which got listed on the stock exchange, and it's a very important milestone which is going to change the company forever in the Indian education landscape. Our group revenues this year, this current financial year, are estimated to be between 130 to 140 million US, and which makes us the topmost Indian educational publishing group in the country, and also one of the leading educational companies in India. Today, more than 80% of our revenues are coming from school education, and we believe that the growth in private schools and the number of students has been many folds over the last 2 decades. We will continue to focus our resources in looking at more growth in this area. Over the last 5 years, the group has made significant investments and made large acquisitions in the area of school and college education, like Vikas Publishing, Madhuban, Saraswati Publishing, and recently we have ventured into regional publishing by the acquisition of a company in the east of India by the name of Chaya Prakashani. We believe that in India, the education sector is going through a transformation phase, whereby we are seeing major investments by the government, by private companies, and by foreign investors. Today, India has the largest school system in the world, with a total student population of being 260 million and total schools of 1.6 million. It's almost, I would say the school population is almost the 3 times of China in terms of the number of schools. According to recent reports, Out of this total student population of close to 40%, which is around 110 million students, are going to private schools, which will grow to close to 200 million students going to private schools by the year 2030. We feel India is on the cusp of digital transformation, and they are basically in last 2 years, there are two major key events which has happened in India, which is transforming India into a digital revolution. The first event being that India has got now a cheap data available. India is one of the cheapest internet data, mobile data available in the world. Today, India is consuming more data per month than America and China combined together. India is consuming approximately 2.5 billion GBs of data per month, which is because of entry of new players in the field of telecom, which has reduced the data prices. And secondly, just to tell you, recently I was reading, India has become the second most country of having app downloads. So in 2017, India downloaded 12.7 billion apps, which was number 2 after China, even greater than US. It has a far-reaching impact on the education industry as well. I feel education industry is not only about the print industry that we are. Our job is to deliver quality content to the students, whatever the medium may be. And I feel the medium going to tomorrow, because of this transformation happening in India, because of data consumption increasing, and because of these app downloads, I feel publishers like us, we have to change the way we are working towards. And in S-Chand, we are already trying to do that. We have already made significant investments in digital, and we have already done through our companies like brands like DS Digital, Milestone, Editor, and Smartivity. And we will continue to invest in this field of education, digital education. Lastly, I would like to pay homage to my forefathers, especially my late grandfather, Shri Shamlal Gupta ji, who founded this company in 1939 and also was the first founder president of the Federation of Indian Publishers. He believed in the philosophy. Thank you. He's not here among us, but I think he is somewhere there watching us from top, and I think he must be feeling happy to see us all here and doing this IPA after 26 years. And he died in 1989, so he was the first founder president. He believed in the philosophy of our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, that to live as if you were to die tomorrow, and learn as if you want to live forever. We believe and carry out this philosophy and ethos in the group and strive towards excellence in whatever endeavors lie ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I request Mr. Coleman to kindly say a few words to all of us. Let's put our hands together and welcome him.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to say just a few words. Today you saw the core pillars of the IPA reflected. So we talked about freedom to publish, we talked about copyrights. Tomorrow we talk also about educational publishers. And I'm very happy that S-Chand is a great example of a very successful educational publisher who's undergoing this transformation to also into the digital space. Educational publishers is extremely important for us. We see that if you see in the framework of copyright, it's only because of the right copyright protection that we publishers, also educational publishers, can make those long-term investments in innovation. And I think S-Chand is an example of a very innovative company. And we also, if you see in the framework of freedom to publish, we like independent educational publishers that produce material that reflects the local population. So here in India, as I mentioned also this morning, it's a very young nation. It's a nation that emphasizes education. So of course the role of educational publishers is extremely important. So I'm very happy to be here and to also acknowledge the very generous support from S-Chand for our Congress here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Ashok Ghosh to kindly share his thoughts with us. Let's put our hands together and welcome him.
Good evening, everybody. After this morning, my brain is not working. But one thing is very good, that whenever I see Himanshu, you know, first of all, he reminds me of his grandfather, because he just now said that his grandfather was the founder president. Yes, of course, he was not only the founder president. I was never a member of any association. There are associations in India, but never. For the first time, Mr. Shamlal Gupta, along with Mr. D.N. Malhotra, visited my office, and they roped in. They said that, look, we are going to start a new federation, and this will be Federation of Indian Publishers. And that is how I came to know his grandfather. I was very young at that time, and I was very much impressed with him, and a great time. He was the president, founder president, and I was his secretary, honorary secretary for the 2 years. So we had a great time, established the federation, got international recognition, and we worked together. Unfortunately, although he was behind our getting the first Congress in New Delhi, he passed away. You know, we were all in Frankfurt. I still remember that when we returned, he was no more there, and I attended his, memorial services. But he was a great man. I have spoken about him many a times. I do not want to repeat. But one thing I must say, that Himanshu and his other relations and other professionals who are working for his company, together, they have taken the company far ahead. And India today, a lot of people, they come, and most of us, even I do quite often, that is, we always very gloomy, you know, we are not doing very well, and this is the market, this is the picture. But just now what you heard from him, 80% of the school book market he's working, operating. It is not a bad thing. I think anybody would like to have that kind of market share. But for that, you have to really work hard. And Eschan, his team, and I especially mention Himanshu, because whenever I see him, I see positive attitude. The positive attitude that has taken. Shamlalji was always very positive, and so is Himanshu, always positive. You are only talking positive things, and how can you take the business, not just the business, he's talking about the entire education sector and how you can take it forward, how can each and every child get their education, and Eschan is providing the education content from various ways on all platforms. And he also talks about merger acquisition. He is already in the share market, and they are looking after, interests in abroad also, all over the world, exporting our books. They are in everywhere. And this gives us somebody who is from amongst us, but far above us, and who are there, and we can follow him. And I see in Himanshu Gupta a great leader of Indian publishing. And I have never thought about 1 second that publishing is a gloom industry in India and it has got no future. No, when you see a person like Himanshu Gupta and his colleagues leading Eschan, I will never think about it. I'm quite sure that all of us will progress and do extremely well. I congratulate Eschan and Himanshu particularly. Thank you very much for your leadership. And you so readily agreed to sponsor this when I requested you. It was really, we all are grateful to you for your contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to request Mr. N.K. Mehra to kindly come here on the dais and share his thoughts with us. Let's put our hands together and welcome him, everyone. Thank you.
My job as the last speaker has always been very easy because everyone has said everything that needs to be said about Mr. Himanshu Gupta and Eschan. But let me, let me try and recall my association with his late grandfather, late Mr. Shamlal Gupta. I knew him as a visionary, as a person who would be very clear about his ideas, about what he wants to publish, about which way he wants to go. And I have witnessed not only him, but also his son, Rajay Gupta, who was also following the trends of his late father. And then I suddenly came across Mr. Himanshu Gupta, whom I did not know earlier at all, but I must congratulate him for what he's been doing, because he's been taking forward the vision of Mr. Shamlal Gupta, and he's done it very, very successfully. Today, I've learned a lot about school book publishing from Mr. Himanshu Gupta, and I can only congratulate him for what he's been doing. And I wish him all success, and I wish him all the very best. And I thank him for the wonderful evening that he has provided us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to felicitate the members of the organizing committee who've made this event a great success, without whom this event would not have been possible. It is because of their hard work and their great efforts that this event has been such a great success. And to felicitate them, I request Mr. Himanshu Gupta and Mr. Saurabh Mittal to please felicitate them. To begin with, I would request Mr. Coleman to kindly step forward. Let's put our hands together for him, everybody. I request Mr. Ashok Ghosh to kindly come forward, please.
I would also request my senior management team of S-Chan Group to be here, Mr. Thomas, Naveen, please Shami, Jai Saxena, Samir, Ashish, Jagdeep, please come on the stage also to felicitate the people, please.
उस साइड भी हो जाओ यार
And now I request Mr. N.K. Mehra to kindly come forward for the felicitation. I request the entire S-Chan, the senior management team, to stay on stage for the pictures, please. Thank you. I request Mr. Hugo Setzer, Vice President, IPA, to kindly join us here on stage. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Thank you. I request Ms. Emma House, Deputy CEO, PA UK, to please join us here on stage. And let's put our hands together and welcome her. Moving on, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sudhir Malhotra, Chairman, Program Committee. Let's put our hands together for him. I'd like to now invite Ms. Dr. Ashok Gupta, Chairman, Finance Committee, to join us here on stage. Let's give him a huge round of applause, everyone. The finance is very, very important, so he deserves a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. I now request Mr. Naveen Gupta, Chairman, Reception and Participation Committee, to please join us on stage. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'd like to now invite Ms. Monica Malhotra Kandhari, Chairperson, Hospitality, Culture and Social Events Committee. Let's put our hands together and welcome the lovely lady. Ma'am, you're looking absolutely gorgeous tonight.
This was such a pleasant surprise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now request Mr. Ramesh K. Mittal, Chairman, Media Relations Committee, to please join us here on stage. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now request Mr. Pranav Gupta, Chairman, Sponsorship Committee, to kindly join us here on stage. Thank you, sir. And now I request Mr. R.C. Govil, Member, Organizing Committee, to kindly join us here on stage. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us on stage. And now it is time for the Federation to felicitate someone. Ladies and gentlemen, the Federation has been very grateful to the S. Chand Group and especially Mr. Himanshu Gupta. So let's put our hands together for him once again and of course for S. Chand Group. I request Mr. Naveen Gupta and Mr. Pranav Gupta to kindly come here on stage and join us to felicitate Mr. Himanshu Gupta and of course all the members here who are present here. And of course, a huge round of applause for the entire team present here. Everybody, come on. They deserve a huge round of applause for the wonderful work they're doing in the country. I think there should be a great, wonderful group photograph. All of you, please get together for a nice picture, photo op for this great moment. Once again, everybody, a huge round of applause for the entire team, for S. Chand Group. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to invite Mr. Saurabh Mittal for the vote of thanks. So let's put our hands together and welcome him on the dais. Come on, everyone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the S. Chand Group, I'd like to thank all the delegates who've come out here for the 32nd IPA Congress. For the 3 days, we appreciate your coming into India, and it's being held in after 25 years. And on behalf of the S. Chand management, I'd like to thank Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Mr. Mehra, Mr. Ghosh, and Mr. Coleman for their kind words. And thank you very much. And we can have dinner now of this. Thank you.
So let's enjoy the evening. We have a good cultural program. So I think too many speeches and too many photographs. Let's enjoy the evening, some music and some fun. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next performance presentation is by Bakula Nayak, an architect turned brand strategist turned artist, a self-confessed loveaholic. She finds love just about anywhere and everywhere and in everything. After 15 years in New York, her move back to Bangalore has her rediscovering her Indian roots again. This evening, she regales us with stories that celebrate love. Accompanying her is Varun Guru and his group. Varun Guru is a music composer, sound designer, and voice artist based out of Delhi. He collaborates with musicians across the world for his YouTube projects. He makes music for short films, TV and radio, advertisements, and video games. He is a mechanical engineer by trade and works as a researcher at the Energy and Resource Institute. Accompanying him tonight is Manmohan Dogra on tabla, who is currently pursuing his music degree from Delhi University. He has learned tabla under Pandit Vijay Shankar Mishra. And along with him, Prem Pandey is on the keys. Prem is also pursuing his music degree from Delhi University. He has a Panchanat for music and he is an audio addict. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the next performers of the evening. Thank you.
Before I begin, I must thank all of you for doing what you do. As a voracious reader and a teacher, the places I have traveled, the lessons I have taught and learned, and the dreams that I have dreamt, just by picking up a book someone thought to publish. Moving back to India after 15 years in New York has reignited within me a quest to understand my roots. Much of it learned from English translations of ancient Indian texts. Confessions of a Loveaholic is my humble attempt at bringing these complex scriptures to newer audiences in a fun and easy format. I usually pick up a book that has the translation on a subject I'm interested in, make my journey through it with my paintings, and then collaborate with a musician or a dancer for their interpretations of the same. Welcome once again to Confessions of a Loveaholic. Yes, a loveaholic I am, and unabashedly so. Everything I say or do is through the lens of love, and I blame my childhood for that. Romantic themes in Hindu literature religious or otherwise, is very common. Romance necessarily doesn't mean two people falling in love and deciding to get married, though. They also encompass courageous and bold tales of chivalry, battle, victory, and finally, a happy or a saddened ending to a fundamentally male-female love story. Romantic themes even existed in stories meant for children. I grew up on a steady diet of these stories, and for a child with an overactive imagination, this became an inherent part of my life. I constantly need to be loved or to be in love. I have recently been told by a friend that according to modern science, this is a mental disorder. I think more people need to have this disorder because now more than ever, the world needs lovers and dreamers. Hinduism has a beautiful myth about the origins of love. In the beginning, there was a super being called Purusha. This being was without desire, craving, fear, or indeed the impulse to do anything at all, since the universe was already perfect and complete. God, being bored, and I guess God being God, could do anything, and he wished for some excitement and split Purusha into two. Sky became separate from earth, darkness from light, life from death, male from female. And each of these set off passionately to reunite with its severed half. As humans, we too are seeking unity, and love is the word we use for that search. Inspired by this story, this is my painting called And Then There Is Love, a world of opposites with fast, slow, male, female, land, and water, each looking for its other half. Today, I take you on a journey through love stories in Indian literature, where we'll encounter the beauty of ancient Indian poetry, the charm of paintings inspired by them, and soulful music. We will peer into history that has recorded the loves and lives of royalty and nobility, as well as those of ordinary men and women, from a time when love was celebrated in all its forms. In the beginning, Indian civilization mostly relied on oral traditions for both philosophical discussions as well as romantic creations. The earliest romantic creations were in the form of poetry, and basically there were three kinds. The Prakrit, which was the earliest earthy folk language used in the beginning, the Tamil from down south, and the Sanskrit stream from the learned scholars and courts. Dravidian literature, Tamil, is one of the only modern Indian languages which is recognizable with a classical past. And early Tamil literature is also known as Sangam poetry. Agam poetry deals with an idealized form of love in various attitudes and phases. It explored the love relationship between a man and a woman, and that's all it did in 2,500 poems. They also depersonalized the lovers, so the experience could be transferred seamlessly to the listener. Nature was used to evoke a mood. Here is a poem I found really humorous and one that resonated with my own experience. Look at the doors in this street. All have worn out hinges, for mothers keep shutting them and daughters keep throwing them open. This happens whenever Prince Kodai, wearing fresh flower garlands and riding a sturdy horse, passes along the street, and love-mad girls rush to have a glimpse of him. This is my painting inspired by my own story of infatuation and my mother's reaction, much like the one from the heroine's mother. 2,500 years made no difference to how a mother feels about a daughter in love. I paint on vintage paper, and this happened to be a bill for bread from 1937. And that is Prince Kodai, my prince, my infatuation, on a cycle, going to buy bread every morning while I'm peeking from the windows. This is another painting about the heroine lamenting about missing the hero and her lack of sleep. She says, "I'll not think anymore of that man on whose sandy shore birds occupy the tiger claw tree and play havoc with the low flowering branches, and my eye will get some sleep. Prem sings a Pahadi song now that echoes the same sentiment of love's longing, the heroine weeping. And I'm amazed by how across geographical locations, across centuries, love has remained constant.
आज का दिना तू होली घर बना ओ याद आली मैं कै भी तेरे बिना ओ याद आली मैं कै भी तेरे बिना आज का दिना तू होली घर बना आज का दिना
Now it's the hero's turn. He laments not being able to reach his beautiful lover who is far, far away. This funnily reminds me of my own husband, even though we live in the same house. I'm usually lost in my own thoughts and running my own background tape. I'm a princess someday, I'm the heroine from the poem another, and he can't reach me at all. And that's my painting conveying that thought. I might be making coconut chutney for breakfast, but my endless cups of tea and music transport me to another land where neither my husband nor my 3 kids can reach me. While Sangam poetry flourished, it also coincided with King Hala's reign, who was an accomplished poet. He wrote these little short poems that are a treat because they are contemporary in emotion, but provide a window into a world gone by. These miniature poems excelled in celebrating the romantic emotion and were called gathas. Since Prakrit was the language of the common people, there was none of the courtly elegance, just the thrill and excitement of lovers' glances. It was not intruded upon at all. No commerce, no guilt, no penance. Just plain, simple love. What a remarkably broad-minded society, I think. This is one of the gathas. When can we meet alone, he asked. She couldn't answer with so many around, but looked at him and closed the petals of the lotus in her hand, and he understood. She would meet him by the lotus pond in the evening. Here is another gatha inspired by a newly married couple. What the couple spoke at night, the parrot heard, and the next day began to say it all aloud in the presence of elders. The bride, blushing in shame, put into the parrot's beak a ruby out of her earring as if it were a pomegranate seed, hoping to silence it. Romantic poetry came into its own with Sanskrit and Kalidasa. No other poet in the land has sung of happy love between a man and a woman as he has, and his poems resonate with the world of blossoms and birds. The moods of his hero and heroine are shared by the trees and the skies. He personifies rivers and mountains and trees. To him, they all have an individuality as real as animals, men, or gods. It makes for really beautiful love stories. Spring, according to Kalidasa, is the perfect companion to Kama, the god of love. Amazing how the seasons, the birds, the rain are all similar elements used to describe love, even now after 15th century. Here is a painting that shares a glimpse of Kalidasa's world of love. By 6th century, Agam poetry had reached its zenith. Tamil creativity had plateaued and there was political exhaustion in India. This, combined with the conquest of Tamil country by Jain rulers who fostered austere asceticism, went counter to the ideas of joyous celebrations and life affirmations. The stage was set for a new ecstatic way of life, and the Bhakti movement was born. It originated in the 18th century Tamil South India and spread northwards. This was a language mainly spoken by upper castes and was soon adequate for meeting the needs of the growing spiritual aspirants among the common people. It was soon not enough to worship God in word and ritual. The bhakta or the devotee wanted to sing, dance, make poetry and sculpture to embody him in every way possible. It was a relationship of such intimacy that it made every tone permissible. God was sublime, exalted, beautiful, but he was also family. He could be addressed the way one might speak to a beloved, a member of one's household.
तुझसे ही तो मिली है राहत, तू ही है मेरी चाहत, तुझसे ही है जुड़ी जिंदगी। तेरी यादें हैं कुछ अधूरी, सांस आधी है कुछ है पूरी। तेरी आंखें हैं कुछ अधूरी, सांस आधी है कुछ है पूरी। आंखों में है कैसी ये नमी, तेरा मन कहने लगा पास आके न तू दूर जा, छूने दे होठ तेरे जरा सांसों में अपनी बसा। तुझे अपना बना लूं, तुझ पे तुझसे सुरा लूं, तुझे खुद में छुपा लूं साहिबा। एक मुझ पे करम हो, तू ही मेरा सनम हो, तेरी मुझ पे नजर हो साहिबा। मेरा मन कहने लगा पास आके न तू दूर जा, छूने दे होठ तेरे जरा सांसों में अपनी बसा। मेरा मन कहने लगा पास आके न तू दूर जा, छूने दे होठ तेरे
In the song you just heard, you could easily replace the romantic love with divine love, a large tradition in medieval devotional poetry. Another one of these examples is the Gita Govinda, a Sanskrit poem by the 12th century Indian poet Jayadeva. It depicts Krishna's courtship with the cowardice Radha. The work traces the love of Krishna for Radha, his faithlessness, and subsequent return to her, which is taken as symbolic of the human soul straying from its true path but returning at length to the God which created it. It was really serendipitous that I had these ancient Sanskrit paper to draw upon, and here is Krishna in his turtle avatar as he holds up the earth for cosmic balance. While the Bhakti movement was resonating in North India, the Sufi poets were becoming important in the Delhi Sultanate in the 14th century. They created a new genre with their own poetics and conventions. Hence, these poems could be read as both secular and divine. Here is a popular Sufi song that does both.
मुझको फना कर दे मेरा हाल तू मेरी चाल तू बस कर दे आशिकाना तेरे वास्ते मेरा इश्क सूफियाना मेरा इश्क सूफियाना मेरा इश्क सूफियाना ओ तेरे वास्ते मेरा इश्क सूफियाना मेरा इश्क सूफियाना मेरा इश्क सूफियाना रब की कमाली है इश्क कोई दिल की दीवाली है इश्क कोई महकी सी प्याली है इश्क कोई आंखों की सोचूं तुझे तो है सुबह सोचूं तुझे तो शाम है सोचूं तुझे तो है सुबह सोचूं तुझे तो शाम है ओ मंजिलों पे अब तो मेरी एक ही तेरा नाम है तेरे आग में ही जलते कोयल से हीरा बनके आगों से आगे चल के मैं तुझे बताना तेरे वास्ते मेरा इश्क सूफियाना मेरा इश्क सूफियाना मेरा इश्क सूफियाना ओ तेरे सूफियाना मेरा ये
Thank you all for joining me to explore the rich storehouse of Indian literature that chronicles beautiful moments between lovers, of their longing or living, of ecstasy or anguish. It is a charmed world of love that takes us into their homes, their gardens, and their hearts. I leave you with a song, the music of which romantic poetry resonates, and we are lifted from the everyday mundane world to the realm of Ananda, a place where love is not just passion or superficial excitement, but an exalted state of living and celebrated for its own sake.
We have Manmohan Dogra on tabla today. So we're going to start with this little instrumental music. Hope you enjoy it. We have Prem Pandey on keys today. so much.
Thank you all of one.